sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. Welcome everyone to a very familiar snooker venue. This is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, England, home to the BetVictor Championship League, the first world ranking event of the brand new Green Bay's campaign. We're about to start a marathon 21-day tournament that concludes in late July. Between now and then, we'll see a multitude of groups on 2 tables daily. Today, we're featuring Group 15. Michael Holt and Liam Graham will enter the fray second, but first up it's James Cahill against the group's top seed, Scotland's Steve Maguire. All matches are best of 4 frames, meaning a 2-2 draw is a possibility. On table 2, we've got China's Liu Haoshan, Yao Peng Cheng, who's a rookie pro, Zhao Hanyang, and also the very experienced Welshman, former Crucible quarter-finalist Jamie Jones. That's Group 26. We'll keep you right up to date with the happenings over there. We'll drop into table 2 as and when is required, but we're concentrating on table 1. Okay then, here goes. Let battle commence. I'm joined in the commentary box for this one by Dominic Dale. The referee is Rob Spencer, who was here all last week. He was the tournament director for a couple of qualifying tournaments that got the season underway. Qualifiers for the Wuhan Open and the British Open. Now though, they play straight through for the first title of the season. Dom, after a couple of months off after the World Championship, good to be back.
It is indeed, yeah. It's the start of a new season, a new campaign. And it's Steve Maguire getting things underway here. Played each other 4 times in their career head-to-heads. Steve Maguire has won them all, including that epic second match encounter at the 2019 World Championships, where he pipped James Cahill here at the table by the odd frame, 13-12.
Yeah, that match tends to be forgotten because it happened after Cahill. It caused that seismic upset by beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in the previous round. Cahill had chances to win, plenty of them, but it was Maguire who just about got the verdict. And he's got the first chance here.
Playing with yet another new cue. Steve Maguire had a look at it in the Players' Lounge just an hour or so ago. It's like an iron bar. Very stiff piece of ash. Stephen assures me it's an extremely responsive cue. This is a good start for Steve Maguire in first. Good position to this next red. And has left plenty of angle on the black to screw into them, which he'll have to do. Doesn't want to screw into the red directly above the black because he could finish on nothing. Needs to catch the side of the pack of reds here to open them well.
.44 years of age, Stephen Maguire, a very classy player with
Yes, James Cahill here has actually changed cues fairly recently. He's always preferred a maple shafted cue. Both these players have titanium ferrules, and they do play slightly differently to the brass. Now he's completely mistimed that, James Cahill. It was almost through the shot before he actually struck the cue ball, and that's why the red just dribbled to the near jaw there. Didn't really have the pace or the backspin on the cue ball. Completely mistimed. Stephen obviously thinks he can drop this red in, and he was right. Beautifully judged. He had no easy task there in getting the cue ball back to bulk. He had a look to see if there was a chance that that red could be dropped in, and judged it to perfection.
I'm going to be really pernickety here. Wanted a slightly thinner contact so that the cue ball ran on a little more to leave him on the correct side of the blue, but how can you possibly criticise Maguire's judgment there?
Well, you'd have to be very confident in yourself to turn down the blue in favour of this very missable pink. But he took the pink on for positional reasons, and now surely it will pay dividends. Beautifully on his next red to the right corner, can just drop it in for the black.
7. Thanks.
I think one of the reasons Maguire is so confident, he had a good start to the campaign. Now you might be saying, well, hold on a minute, he lost one of his qualifiers last week, which is true. But his standard in both matches was high. He began the season with a 5-1 win over Krish Gubazani of India. That was in the Women Open qualifiers. Made breaks of 81 and 100. And then it looked for all intents and purposes as though he was going to complete the double by getting through his British Open qualifier. He was 3-0 up, hardly missing a ball against Marco Fu, and then Fu
20.
had an inspired spell when he made breaks of 140, the highest of the tournament so far, 81, 104 and 54 to win 4-3. So although Maguire lost that match, he played well in both of his contests last week, and he didn't miss too many balls of that nature.
Well, playing this with the rest makes it a rather tricky affair, because as you can see he's having to play with the rest in mid-air. Easy to not go through the ball here and strike it cleanly. Oh, managed it well. Just needs that cue ball to keep going. Okay, hasn't quite got the right side of the blue, but he doesn't necessarily have to take the cue ball in and out of bulk here. He can just roll it through for the red that's just below the cue ball into the right corner.
Cahill in the tournament as a qualifying school Order of Merit reserve. Lost to Alexander Ersenbacher in the first Q School event. Lost to Caden Briley in the second. So has to wait one more year to regain his card. One more year at least. But Dom, for someone like him, he's 29 years of age. He's clearly got abundant talent. For someone like him, it must be very frustrating in what is the prime of his career, if you like, to be on the sidelines.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's a beautiful player, James Cahill. Has a lovely flat cue action, he's a very fluent cueist. Related to Stephen Hendry, of course. James's mother runs a big snooker club up in Preston. I've played there on a few occasions when I used to live in Southport. I used to practice with James. But yeah, he's a very nice player, very capable player. Been around off and on for quite a few years now, but he's a family man these days. Has a 5-year-old son.
90.
And he seems pretty contented with life, but it's a pity from his point of view he didn't quite get through the Q School, but I think he enjoys not playing snooker full time. It's quite a commitment.
Can't tell you the first frame has been chalked up on table 2. Liu Haoshan taking the opener against Yao Peng Cheng.
Awkward cueing for the red to the right corner, but for me, surely the one nearest the left corner is the better. One that's just a few inches above the pocket there, because he can play it maybe just with a hint of left-hand side. And if he does so, he should be nicely on the black. The pockets along the cushion rails on these Rasson tables tend to just play a little more easier than perhaps the star tables do, that we're more accustomed to.
Very nicely done. I must say, a big congratulations already to the people at the Mattioli Arena. The temperatures here in England today, very warm indeed. There's a possibility in certain parts of it being the warmest day in June in the country's history. Now, when you come to a snooker event, you always worry about the fact it might be oppressively hot indoors. But the air conditioning is working a treat.
33.
Like so many frames. Looks like coming down to who pots that currently awkward last red.
Could have played for the black there, but James has played up for choice of pink or bulk colour. The pink is in the way actually from playing a bulk colour to try and get into the red to develop it, so it will be the pink. Doesn't want too much angle on this pink. It's difficult to ascertain just how straight he is on it. Oh, he was beautifully on it, and if this red can slow down, And it has. This first frame
47.
really should be in the bag for James Cahill now. That was a beautifully judged cannon. Just red and black would suffice. Gone up for a bolt colour, shouldn't matter.
48.
And the way he's lost this frame will annoy Maguire. He was in, unexpectedly erred, and Cahill has done the rest.
51.
Again underlining just how tough the world of snooker is these days.
53.
In a different era, he would be well ensconced in the rankings. Here and now, not even a member of the tour.
56.
And that applies to numerous players, Dom.
Absolutely. The standard is terrifically high. There's such great strength in depth now on the professional snooker tour.
60.
You just have to be a couple of percentage points off your best and you become very vulnerable to so many.
$65. $71. $71 on the first frame.
Black missed off its spot, but it did not matter in the slightest. A break of 71, and the amateur from Blackpool, James Cahill, takes a 1-0 lead over the former UK champion, Stephen Maguire. Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League. It's day one of 21, the first two groups in the initial phase getting underway. And James Cahill must be delighted with the start he's made, leading Stephen Maguire 1-0. Now, in these best-of-4 frame matches, if you lose the first frame, to get full points, you have to win the next 3. So already Maguire a little behind the 8 ball. Tom was mentioning their head-to-head record in the first frame. Yes, it's 4-0 to Maguire, but all of those matches have been quite tight. On every occasion, Cahill has put up some stout resistance. The first meeting in the 2018 English Open first round, That was 4-3. Maguire was 3-2 down. They met in the European Masters in 2020. That was 5-3 Maguire from 3-2 down. And their last encounter was the Northern Ireland Open a couple of years ago. 4-2 for Maguire from 2-1 down. So the pattern is there. Cahill tends to make a reasonable start.
One good safety shot here from James Cahill could put him in the box seat if you can somehow get the cue ball in behind the green on the baulk cushion. That could be very useful. Not a bad effort, but I don't think that should cause Stephen too many difficulties.
There are lots of things these days, Dom, that make me feel old. One of them is the fact that it's been 21 years since Stephen Maguire won his first world ranking title. He won 2 in 2004, European Open, and then late in the year, the UK Championship. I will recall that tournament. Basically, Maguire was playing so brilliantly, and there'd been a lot of shocks as well. And early on in the last week of the UK Championship, it seemed inevitable that he would be the champion. And of course, he was, beating David Gray 10-1 in the final.
Yes, I've no doubt with pots like that. That was a beautifully cued long red from Steve Maguire and effortlessly screwed the cue ball back to the baulk cushion. But not going to risk the brown, it seems. Too risky.
Steve Maguire.
Is that a snooker? It would appear so. But if James Cahill can just rest the cue ball upon the red on this top cushion behind the black, it should be okay. It's all about the pace.
You always wonder in summer heat just how the tables will play. Now, we've got a very small sample size, just a frame and a bit to go on. But it seems the table's playing nicely. Or reasonably, at least.
It can be a problem when it's so hot outside that the air conditioning is working overtime inside to try and cool the arena. It can create a lot of moisture. And that tends to manifest itself in a few lusty bounces, shall we say, from cushion rails, but that's a big mistake from James Cahill. It could be a very costly one. You can see the table temperature there, set at 55 degrees. I suppose that's Fahrenheit, obviously. Is it? Yeah, 3rd-degree burns if it's Celsius, surely.
Thank you. What?
Well, I was just saying, you know, there are so many ways that you can feel old when you get to my age, and another is the fact that I work in Fahrenheit and no one else does.
You work in Fahrenheit? Goodness me, I never do.
Now, talking of temperatures, what about on-fire Maguire? Can he
8.
show his true colours here? It's a really good chance.
It certainly is. But it will be even more so if Steve Maguire can somehow get rid of that red that's closest to the black. That would really free the black up. Well, maybe the black wasn't quite on its spot previously, because it could just be that it's not easily available into the left corner now. So having to stun up for the pink.
9.
But from Stephen Maguire's point of view, it's very handy because the pink spot is clearly available, and the pink will be into at least 2 pockets. The 2 reds that Stephen would like to get rid of is, well, basically the 2 reds closest to the black. Now, I don't know if the red closest to the black is available into the left corner, but it certainly is the right.
Of course, Maguire was a ranking finalist this year.
27.
Got to the climax of the Welsh Open. Lost 9-6 to Mark Selby, but I think during that week, Dom, where you were working, of course, I think he did enough to suggest that this year might be better than several of the previous years for him, where he's been declining down the rankings. I think we might see a move in the opposite direction.
You can never tell, can you, with Stephen, because he's been very prone to cue changes in, well, at least the last decade. More so, I think, than any player I've ever encountered. It's become a bit of a problem at times.
35.
I do think it's held Stephen back because undoubtedly he's a title contender. Player with terrific pedigree,
36.
experience, belief. Intends to cannon the brown. He's okay on the blue, but it's getting on to his next red that could be the problem. In fact, he could even consider the brown if he can reach it. He could stun the cue ball around the angles and play for the red behind the black spot.
Forty. $49. $50.
It's 1-1 on the other table. Yao Peng Cheng clearing up nicely to salvage the second frame against Liu Haoshan. It looks like being 1-1 on this table. From where he is, Maguire would be mortified if it wasn't.
57.
Yes, just needs colour red to get his first frame on the scoreboard. Cleverly cannoning into the pink there to try and free a red, but it's cost him ideal position. Cue ball being so close to the side cushion could cause Stephen a bit of a problem here, getting onto his next red.
This is frame ball.
64.
Classy effort from a classy player. Taking the opportunity while he had such a good angle to bring that awkward red into play. It's nicely on the pink, just has to drop it in. Big chance now of the first century break of this match.
$79. $85. $86. $92. $93.
There's nothing nervous about being in the 90s here. Looks totally at ease. And now the yellow required for his second century of the season.
99.
Oh, that's a shame.
99 on the frame.
Just missing out on a 3-figure contribution, but nevertheless, Stephen Maguire's 99 break comprehensively draws him back onto level terms. It's 1-1.
Sorry about this.
Honours even in the first match of the BetVictor Championship League on both tables 1 and 2 today. Over on table 2, it's an all-Chinese affair between Liu Haoshan and Yao Peng Cheng. It looked like being 2-0 to Liu, but Yao stole the second frame. Liu making a good start to the third, though. One of those players, Dom, who's been around for a while. He's been close to lifting trophies without actually doing so.
Yes, I've noticed with Liu Haotian, he's a very, very dangerous player. He's a very good break builder, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but I've always found that when he does advance to the later stages of events, he seems to be a little more fallible and doesn't perform to his best.
Yeah, he's the highest ranked player in this group. He's the world number 38. And if you can win your opening group in the Championship League and advance, it's a pretty good start to the campaign.
Thank you.
Mixed fortunes in those qualifiers for Liu Haoshan. He did qualify to go back home to the Wuhan Open. Beat Baiyu Liu, the women's world champion, 5-3. Played nicely in that match. He had a 135 break to start, a 93 in the middle, and a 111 to complete victory. But then, in the British Open, he lost 4-2 to the youngster from Northern Ireland, Robbie McGuigan. I think that underlines what Dom was saying, the inconsistency in his game. A good result followed by a surprise defeat. Just a reminder of the other two players in this group. Zhao Hanyang, who like Yao Peng Cheng is a rookie pro. And also from Wales, Jamie Jones.
Interesting style of play by Yao Peng Cheng, because he has a very bent front arm, very like Steve Davis did. Steve Davis stood 6'2" and had quite a short cue, and that was the reason for his bent arm. It enabled him to get closer to the cue ball. Whereas with a longer cue, you don't need to play with such a bent arm, but it's been a long time since I've seen another play in that fashion. So many Chinese players now on the tour. They're all very dangerous players. All tend to be technically very good. Oh, that's a big mistake. Liu Haotian, I'll wager that the cue ball probably just drifted off its true course a fraction there, causing it. And that red has been left cuttable. We're having a few scoring issues on table 1. That's the reason that we're going to see a little bit of action here on table 2. We'll rejoin our main match very shortly, though, I'm sure. Liu Haotian, I've played on several occasions during my career, and he used to be a much slower player than he tends to be these days. He tends to get on with it now. Much more fluent break builder than he once was.
Well, Yao Peng Cheng on the tour for the first time, having graduated from the Chinese Billiards and Snooker Association tour. Now, that's a tough school, so he must be able to play very well. He's one of a record 32 players on the tour from China and Hong Kong combined. So that's a quarter of the 128-player tour.
Must be such a huge inspiration to the Chinese contingent to have a Chinese world champion in Zhao Xintong, who had to come through 4 qualifying rounds before heading to the Crucible, where he held the World Championship trophy aloft at the end of those grueling 17 days. He must have been shattered, but how well did he play? Wonderful player.
Well, there's an argument to say he was put under most pressure during the qualifiers, in particular by Elliott Slessor. I actually commentated on that match, and there were points where you thought Slessor might just about get the verdict after being well behind. It will be very interesting to see how Zhao does this season. One thing we know, he will be entertaining. He's a fantastic player to watch.
Yes, and he'd already won 2 major ranking events, the German Masters and the UK Championships, before winning the World, so although he had amateur status, he was a great player nevertheless. Anyway, finally we've rejoined our main match here on table 1. Steve Maguire, 1-all, with James Cahill, intriguingly poised.
Well, history repeats itself. He knocked in a red of a similar ilk in the first frame. That one may be even a little better.
Yeah, absolutely, but it takes a lot of pressure off you though, knowing that the only ball you can leave is the one you're about to take on. This black won't be easy though, digging down into the cue ball to try and get into the reds. Great pot at that pace, and he's been a little unfortunate there. So he'll just have to play a safety shot here, but he may play the loose red into the bunch just to bring a couple into play and put a little bit of pressure on Steve Maguire's safety shot.
Thanks, Cahill.
This might be a good time to explain the format to you if you're unaware of this. Of course, we have 2 championship leagues every season, 1 ranking, 1 invitation, and the formats are different for both. This one, 128 players, initially spread out over 32 groups. The winner of each group goes into the second phase, and the 8 group winners there then contest the final day groups, winners groups we call them, before a champion emerges. So although it's a tough tournament to win, in terms of actual time invested in the event, it's only 3 days for the players. We'll see our defending champion, Ali Carter, trying to retain the title.
It was a poor safety from James Cahill, but that was a nicely cued in red from Steve Maguire, but he has more angle on the blue than he'd like to have. So he's gone into the reds. He didn't really want to play that type of a shot because it can always go wrong. He's basically used the pack of reds there to kill the pace of the cue ball, but he always ran the risk of potentially perhaps tying up the black or not being on a red, but it's finished magnificently. And potting this red will free the pink up as well. And I can promise you Steve Maguire will be very disappointed if he can't make enough to win the frame from here.
Good. Holt. 20.
One other thing to mention about the tournament, if you win all of the 3 groups and then the overall final,
20.
you receive £33,000 and a place in the Champion of Champions, which is back here at the Mattioli Arena in November.
$28. $29.
So while we don't know the price structure for the Champion of Champions yet, first round losers in that 16-player event always get 5 figures. So basically, if you win this, it's a ranking title, QDOS, and a payday in excess of £40,000. A good way, Dom, to start the season.
Oh yes, absolutely. Of course, the £33,000 you could potentially win by lifting the trophy here. That equates into ranking points as well. That could shift you up the rankings significantly.
Thank you.
Yeah, rankings-wise, Maguire is 27th.
37.
Big gap, though, between Maguire and Chris Wakelin, who's currently 16th. Has been world number 2 in the past, Stephen Maguire.
44.
I don't think Steve Maguire will thank me for telling you this, but he got so involved with cue changes and couldn't quite work out what he liked best, and in the end, you know, he decided that he preferred the look of a maple shaft, but he wanted like an ash grain on it. So what he did, he got a pencil and literally marked out the arrows, the chevrons that you'll see on an ash cue, and you'll see them in Stephen's cue, these darts, these chevrons they call them, or arrows. And you'll see them on an ash cue, and you don't get them on maple, of course. But so Stephen preferred the way a maple cue played, but wanted to look down what he thought would be an ash shaft, so just painted these sort of chevrons or darts with a pencil on the shaft of the cue. Most extraordinary thing to do.
Whatever floats your boat, and of course,
60.
equipment is such a personal thing when it comes to professional snooker. I appreciate that I can be a little repetitious at times, so if you've heard this story, please, I apologise in advance, but when you think about how players change cues these days, the great Fred Davis, multiple world champion in the late 40s and 50s, he turned pro as a teenager, stopped playing when he was 78 years of age, and throughout that time, he used the same cue.
Yes, I wonder where that cue is now. It's an old Burroughs and Watts Yale Dash cue, made in the late 20s, early 30s.
So again, one of the
70.
hiccups we've had in the scoring.
75.
The break is 3/4 of a century, and Stephen Maguire from 1-0 down is going to lead 2-1. He's going to guarantee himself a point. And the next frame for both, absolutely vital.
$80. $82.
I think Maguire surprised himself there.
Well, he couldn't really reach it. He couldn't get his head over the shot, just guessed.
89.
The required potting angle and found it.
90. 97. 98.
Denied a century in the previous frame. Not this time.
$99. 101.
Yeah, missed the yellow in frame 2, but the way he was queuing, you never expected him to miss that one.
Oh, yeah, just in thank you. 104. 108. 113. 190. 118 and the frame. Stephen Maguire.
Stephen Maguire looking pretty good. A 99 break in the second frame, 119 in the third, and Maguire turns a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead.
No, it's just leave it.
Two words describe the first match we've seen in this BetVictor Championship League. High standard, both players contributing. James Cahill getting off to a good start.
The fourth frame.
In the next couple of frames, though, Stephen Maguire producing some vintage stuff. And now, Dom, the way the cookie crumbles in these 4-frame matches. What a big frame this is for both of them. If Cahill loses it, mathematically he could still win the group. What we've seen from past experience, if you lose your opener, your chances are quite slim. Of course, from Maguire's point of view, if he can get a win here, he lays down a really solid goal marker.
What?
That was beautifully cued by Steve Maguire. Wasn't too much pressure on it. He knew the cube would be running back towards the bulk colours, but you could tell that he was confident of knocking it in because he's purposely played one of the low value colours. Black is available into the left corner. Stephen isn't quite straight enough on the red, though, just above it, to play for the black on this occasion. unless he forces through the pack of reds. Took a bit of a chance. I don't think it's worked out. It hasn't. A couple of different shots he could have played there, but he hedged his bets, tried to play for the black into the left corner. James Cahill will be coming back to the table very shortly, a very relieved player.
Maguire 5.
Score update from table 2. Liu Haoshan back in front against Yao Pengcheng at 2-1, although Yao does have a really good chance to get a draw at the table, scoring promisingly in the 4th frame.
Very complex safety shot that James Cahill played there. Had to apply a bit of check side on the keyboard just to create the right angle for it to return back to bulk. Although he's a little short of the bulk cushion, Steve Maguire does appear to be taking on a red here. Did everything but go in. It was beautifully cued. But there is a possible red on here for James Cahill into this right corner. He can hold for the black. Be big pressure on it though. I don't think the 2 reds near the pink spot are a plant to the left corner. Sometimes as a professional player you just have to take the bold shot choice. And James is doing so here. Completely mistimed again. You actually hit the wrong red first.
And first impressions, that could have been a whole lot worse. Yes, reds are on, but nothing simple in terms of potting the initial ball, or indeed when it comes to position.
I think the red next to the pink may be cuttable. I think it was, or is, but Stephen prefers this more difficult pot. And he's missed it. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? Could have been worse as well. Still a couple of possible options though here for James Cahill. A couple of reds will go into this right corner. Missing the attempted long red into the right corner. These 2 reds haven't moved. He's just had a look at them now to see if there are plants into this left corner. Is he taking it on? He may be. Oh, so close. He needs a bit of help here from the yellow. Needs that cue ball to run. It won't. Well, it was a good effort from James Cahill. Got a good cue ball, but unfortunately the red, because it was so close to going in, has remained near the pocket for Steve Maguire. One good positional shot here to give Stephen Maguire the chance to win frame and match.
What?
Always possessed cue power. Well done. And based on what he did in the first 2 frames he won, frames 2 and 3, you fancy him to make a few.
I think he'd love have to play that pink again though. He's just, if anything, overscrewed the cue ball here. Wanted to be much straighter on this red, but he can stun across with the blue into the right centre.
8.
Again, not ideal, but it should be good enough.
We're close to the conclusion of the match on table 2. Looks for all the world as though Yao Peng Cheng is going to get a 2-all draw with the Yu Hao Shan. Last week here in those 2 qualifying rounds for Wuhan and British Open, he was beaten heavily. Lost to Ishpreet Singh Chadha of India 5-1 in the Wuhan Open qualifier. 4-1 against Sam Craigie in the British Open qualifier. So this is encouraging for Yao. Next up on that table, by the way, it will be Jamie Jones against Zhao Hanyang.
20.
So 2-2 on table 2 for certain. Nothing certain about the outcome on table 1 yet, but it really does look promising for Maguire.
20. 20, sir.
It's always nice when he's second on, knowing that the first match has resulted in a draw, because you know if you can win, puts you in the box seat. On table 2, it's group 26. Here on table 1, our main feature table is group 15, so 2 entirely different groups being played on each table.
Yes, and the way the schedule works, if you're the top seed, which Maguire is in the group, this is your only match in this session. He will kick off the second session. Against fellow Scot Liam Graham, and then finish up against Michael Holt. I like his rhythm around the table. I like his attitude.
47.
Yes, that's a good point, Stephen's attitude, because sometimes it's not quite what it needs to be. But it certainly has been here. He lost the first frame quite comprehensively to James Cahill, who played very well. But he hasn't done too much wrong since then, Steve Maguire.
Skillfully avoiding any traffic and holding the cue ball nicely on the blue. This is frame and match ball. And in the end, as we suspected, Dom, Cahill's attempted plant was just a little too close for his own good. Well, a very ill-timed ice cream van outside.
Stephen Maguire 59, prime in the match.
Not that it matters, because James Cahill, needing a couple of snookers, concedes, and so Stephen Maguire, with a bevy of breaks, turns that 1-0 deficit into a very commanding 3-1 win. He will gain an awful lot of confidence from that, because he played nicely to get over the line. Next up, it will be Michael Holt, Liam Graham, Dominic Dale and Stephen Hallworth will be guiding you through that one after a short break.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. We've just seen Steve Maguire win rather comfortably in the end by 3 frames to 1, having lost the first frame in his match with James Cahill. And that's how the group table looks at present. Just the one match played, of course. We've got Michael Holt up next against the Glaswegian, Liam Graham, just 20 years old, Liam Graham. Michael Holt, 46 now. They've played each other twice before. Michael Holt has won both of their previous encounters. Actually, the last time they played was just last week in the qualifiers. Michael Holt getting through that match. Just going to have a quick look at table 2 while our referee is setting up the balls here on table 1, and we await the players. Rob Spencer refereeing. And it's Jamie Jones, the Welsh wonder kid. Has been around a long time now. Jamie Jones is in action against Chinese rookie Zhao Hanyang. Jamie Jones, a former World Championship quarter-finalist, very experienced player. He won't have played Zhao before. But Zhao, who's in first here in frame 1, a chance to look at his technical prowess. Delighted to be joined by Stephen Hallworth, who's on the tour with a 2-year tour card. Are you looking forward to that, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm back, Dom. I'm back. It's good to be back for sure, although it was a tough week for myself at the qualifiers last week, losing in Wuhan and the British Open, so, you know, straight back in at the deep end, I suppose, and a little bit under pressure. You want to get a win on the board as quickly as possible, don't you? But 2 tough draws last week, and you know, I didn't really play that well. But yeah, delighted to be back, and look, every event really looking forward to getting going, and I play in this on Thursday as well, so lots to practice for.
Yes, absolutely. There are over 20 ranking events in the snooker season these days. There's plenty of time to get going, and I believe you're playing in your group here at the BetVictor Championship League on Thursday, is that right?
Yeah, Thursday we get underway. Yeah, really looking forward to it. Like I say, it's a strange sort of setup this year, isn't it? Because we're so used to this Championship League being the first event of the season, and of course a lot of the players are quite often away on holiday, and you can always tell who's been practicing and who hasn't. But because we've had those qualifiers last week, it feels like it's gone up another level, because 90% of the players are practicing and hitting form round about now. So yeah, there's going to be no easy draws and no easy groups to get through.
That's right. Back in the day, snooker seasons used to end in early May and wouldn't start again until probably end of September. You'd have a good couple of months to enjoy the summer, but unfortunately now the tour is just so fully booked with snooker events that you have to be playing virtually all the year round. It's very, very tough. It's easy for the youngsters though, like yourself. When you're 50 odd like I am, it's too much.
It's important as well. You look at how the calendar is sort of structured now and set out. Like last week, the qualifiers, there's always groups of qualifiers that sort of back to back. So it's all about mindset, isn't it? If you lose that first qualifier, you don't want to take that disappointment into the second one, and it can quite often work the opposite way. If you win in your first ones, you're full of confidence, and quite often you're flying in your second qualifier. So it's interesting to see sort of who comes out on top in those matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in the day when there were only 8 or 10 ranking events, something like that, you know, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, if you lost a match, it would be probably sometimes a month or more before you played in the next tournament. You had plenty of time to reset yourself and set new targets, new goals, but you don't have that now.
What?
Straight back on the horse within a day or two of a defeat sometimes. You had to play in a qualifier. But that was a mistake from Zhao Hanyang, and Jamie Jones has his first opportunity here. Player I know very well from the days when I used to live in Neath briefly. That's where Jamie Jones hails from. Practiced with him many, many times. Now, finally, we can rejoin our main table.
It's your choice.
It's Group 26 that's being played over on table 2. We'll keep you up to date as to how that match goes.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
It's table 1 here.
Guys, it's the other way around.
Oh, okay, the players have just got to swap chairs. Michael Holt needs to be sitting on the left as we look, and Liam Graham on the right. It's our second match here of the day on table 1. It's Group 15 to be played here. Michael Holt, clearly the favourite.
Have a good match.
But in these short sprints, you just never know.
Have a good match, Michael. Okay. It's you, yes.
Here's one for you, Dom.
First
I don't know if you
Michael
know the
Holt.
answer or if there is even a reason for it, but why does the higher ranked player always sit on the left? The yellow side is always the higher ranked player, isn't it, as we look at the table?
I think it has something to do with the way that the scoring system is inputted for live scores and what have you on the snooker system. That's the only thing I can suggest, because it's, as you say, it's always the same. The highest ranked player sits on the yellow side, and I think the scores are inputted that way. The players' names will be, as they are here, Michael Holt, as you can see, and that scoring graphic is on the left side, so it must be just something to do with that, I think.
Quite often this Championship League can throw up some matches where the players have never met before, but as Dom just mentioned, it was just last week these two played. I actually watched a little bit of that match here in this very arena in the Wuhan qualifying, and it was good in patches but a bit of a struggle in others as well, and I think both the players would happily agree with that. Michael won a couple of really important frames and made two really good breaks that I can recall. So Liam Graham will know that he's got his work cut out today, and he'll be wanting to get a little bit of revenge.
Well, both these players have one thing in common. Their best performances have been at the snooker shootout. Michael Holt was runner-up in 2019 but lifted the title the following year. Leon Graham, though, goodness, lost out to Tom Ford last season in the final. That was a good plant. Just 31 points to 28, and he'd beaten Selby, I think, in the semi-finals, and oh, he had the title in the bag, didn't he?
We was actually commentating on that event, wasn't we? And I remember being sat in the media room watching that final and just agonising, wasn't it? It was one ball away, but if there was ever a perfect example of what the pressure can do to a player out there, that was it, because he had the title in his hand, and I read that he would never ever miss. Purely pressure, and that was enough. But look, what a brilliant run it was for Liam Graham. You know, it's been a couple of tough seasons on the tour. We all know how tough it can be, and Liam is another one of them players. But to get to a final, a ranking final now, and pocket the £20,000 which came with it, it kept his tour card, and he's got a fresh 2 years to try and keep improving and get some good results. I think it's important to mention as well, though, just on that run to the final of the shootout. The shootout is a rather strange environment, and it's swallowed up many a good player down the year, has the shootout, the atmosphere and everything that comes with it. And Liam showed us many glimpses of what's in there, what's in the tank, and the level that he can play to. You know, you've got to play well in that environment to get through, and you've got to have a clear head, clear thought process, and he showed us that. So there's certainly something there. It's just trying to find it on a more consistent level.
He's still only 20 years old, Leon Graham, so to have been in a ranking final and had that experience as well at such a young age, it's something a lot of the older pros just never had the chance to experience. Oh, it's just wriggled in. Now, I wonder if the pink spot's tied up slightly. It will go on the spot, but whether the pink's available or not anywhere, I'm not sure. We'll get a better idea now. No, it's tied up, but still has the black to play with, and the blue, of course, and the bulk colours, so still a very good chance here.
Yeah, the two reds that he needs to remove ASAP would be the two directly around the black. That will just open up full access to it. Pink being out of commission now, he wants to try and keep his cue ball as close, controlled as possible. And this is the sort of chance that at this level you've just got to take. But I must say, these conditions this week, and particularly last week in the qualifiers, so fast, so slippy, you only have to misplace one positional shot and you end up chasing your cue ball around the table, and that's never a good thing.
38.
And there's an example of it. that shot shouldn't have gone wrong, but had he been straighter on the red, he could have just rolled it through for the black and back to business as usual. But as it is, he's run out of position.
Cheers. Thank you. Lane green. 38.
He's played a decent safety shot there, Liam Graham. There is a possible red on for Michael Holt, which I have to say would be not without risk. So for me, I think Michael needs to play the cue ball here behind the black spot and the red next to it to leave it safe. It'd be a bit of a risk to try and get the cue ball back to bulk. But is he taking this red on? No. It wasn't the best of strikes. He nearly went in off.
I'm really interested to see how Michael plays today. I was chatting to him upstairs in the players' lounge, and he was very, very disappointed with his performance in the British Open. He lost to Ian Burns 4-1, who Ian played brilliantly well, I thought. From the score sheet, he scored very nicely, but Michael didn't think much to his own performance, and he said that this has probably come a little bit too soon. That defeat is still fresh in the memory, and you know, we talk about the temperament and the mindset of players, and if you're thinking those negative thoughts out there, it can quite often translate into your performance. So it's probably going to be a real battle for Michael Holt today to try and extinguish those negative thoughts and try and crack on with the day ahead, because he's got 3 matches to play and a chance to progress in another ranking tournament. He certainly can't use the excuse of having a bad night's sleep, because I'm sure he had a good night's sleep, because we're actually looking after his dog for the next 2 weeks. He's going on holiday tomorrow.
Is he paying you for looking after his dog for 2 weeks?
He can't afford the rates, Dom.
What a bad cue ball there. See the position of the reds, many of them in good open possible positions, so one mistake here from either player could be costly. Again, no easy path back to bulk for Liam Graham. I wonder if he'd be tempted to have a go at something here.
Yeah, and I just wonder if those 2 reds just left of the pink in the cluster of 3 are a plant to this left corner. I know the reds are quite separated, so might offer up a little tempter should Liam leave it for Michael. Well, he's definitely left something. Michael will just have a little look at that plant. Maybe close, but he does have a loose red available.
Yeah, I agree, Stephen. Liam Graham had a look at that plant a couple of shots ago, so it must be very close. It's a good chance to have a go at something to score with, and at the same time get a decent cue ball, because he could screw back off them for a bulk colour, make the cue ball relatively safe.
Well,
So this is a good chance. Well, it looks as if he's playing the roll-up. My goodness me, that does surprise me, because that yellow certainly potted to the green pocket. Well, I can't believe he's refused that, Dom.
Well, if you were playing Michael Holt now, Stephen, and you saw him refuse the pot on the yellow, what would you be thinking? You'd be rubbing your hands, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd be doing a cartwheel back to the table for sure. Yeah, maybe that tells us exactly how Michael's feeling, Dom. You know, talking about that mindset. He certainly looked like that yellow was a good chance to get in, and look at the reds down this end of the table. It would have been virtually impossible not to have landed. He's hedged his bets though, and Liam Graham, okay, the shot selection from Michael may still prove to be fruitful if Liam cannot find this cue ball safe. And there aren't many options. The obvious one is to try and land up behind that red behind the black, but how do you get there?
Well, just caught that red on the way down towards the two reds by the black, and as you can see, Michael's previous shot choice has proved to be very judicial, because it's given him this opportunity now to get right back into this first frame.
Eight. No.
Leon, though, did just flick that red towards the left-hand side cushion. I just wonder how important that could be further on in this break.
Yeah, that's right. Even though he left the world for Michael when he came to the table, that one red could prove to be a saviour at some point. But first things first for Michael Holt, he's got to try and get back into this frame, take these 4 loose reds now with high value colours, and then look to leave himself in such a way to promote that red.
$25.
Sure, with the pink being where it is, wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe try and move that red from potting a red. Not something you would usually do, develop a red from a red, but the position of the pink might help Michael there. Yeah, and that's why he chose to play it there. He's played it as well as he could have hoped. Pink was always available, nice controlled pace.
Well, a couple of shots that Michael could play. He could play a delicate cannon into the red next to the black to hold for the black, but that would be too risky, surely. If it goes wrong, it could be end of break. Could play for the pink or the blue here.
40.
Wow. Cannon could have gone wrong as well, but it's worked out nicely. And now surely Michael Holt is favourite to win this first frame from here.
46. 47. 53. 54.
I don't know about you, Stephen. He may have created a bit of a problem here. If the brown's dead straight and it goes on its spot, it may not be easy to get onto the yellow. If he pots a green, where does that go? Blue spot, perhaps.
Yeah, and it was a heart-in-mouth moment there.
57.
That green was dangerously close to that near jaw, but it just crept in. I think we'll see a few of them over the course of this week, just creeping in off the jaws that you might think maybe it'll stay out. New cloth, very slippy. But it looks as if he's going to convert this chance, Michael Holt.
62.
It was Liam Graham who had the first good chance in this frame, but broke down.
66. 71. 77.
Oh, this has been a good break from Michael Holt. Looks very dangerous amongst the balls, he always has done. Great break builder.
84.
Got in with that terrific plant into the left-hand corner pocket. Got the snooker in behind the yellow, and it paid dividends in the end. It was a very judicious shot choice from Michael Holt, and with that excellent 70-plus break, he comfortably takes frame one.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League Snooker here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester.
Okay. The second.
And it's Michael Holt who made that excellent start. That 78 break in frame one. Liam Graham about to break off for frame two. These matches consist of 4 frames only. But should a player take a 3-0 lead, that will be frame a match in the bag for them. They won't bother playing frame 4. But the scores, of course, 3-1 and 2-all are very possible. Not the best break-off shot there from Liam. He's left this red on. Well, I thought he had.
Well, he's been a little bit fortunate there, Liam Graham. You never play to land in behind a balk colour from a safety, particularly an aggressive one like that when he's opened the reds up. Just again shows how fast these tables are, and there's an example of just how slippy these cushions are. Throws a lot wider, so much so that Michael failed to make contact with the red and has left the red on for Liam. And he's played that well. He'd like to get the black on the spot if he can. The red being close to the right corner pocket makes it an option. He wouldn't have to do anything with the cue ball, dropping that black down the rail, and he'd be guaranteed on that red close to the right corner.
Six.
Well, he's lucky to still be on this red, but it's a lot thinner than he wanted it to be. I don't know if he can still hold for the black now, whether he'll have to potentially play for the pink. Ooh, goodness me. Cue ball was nearly contacted by the cue there of Liam Graham as it fell off the rest head.
Well, if the pink spot's tied up, which I presume it is, he can leave the black well alone now. Just get to work around using the pink. Although he isn't out of the woods just yet, he's just not quite able to get hold of his cue ball under that tight control that's required for these conditions. He's quite an expressive character, Liam Graham. He quite often gesticulates out there in the arena, and you certainly know what's going on through his head. I'll be bitterly disappointed with that one.
Yeah, I just thought he got down and played it rather quickly in the end. It wasn't a difficult shot that he had to play. The cannon was an automatic one from the red to hold him in position for the pink. But if Michael can just play one decent positional shot for the pink here, well, you're going to have to fancy him to score heavily from it.
Well, it's landed about as bad as it could have done, but that red being close to the right corner doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. It's just about pace. Just drop this pink in.
That was nicely cued though. There was pressure on that. Michael Holt knew that if he could knock that pink in, he'd give himself a great chance to extend his lead. I wonder if he can hold for the pink here in such a way as to cannon into the four reds just above the pink. That would hold him in perfect position for the red that's closest to the pink into the right corner. Doesn't have to play any cannons though. It's always a risk if you do. He did play the cannon. Just about got enough of that red. It's worked out nicely. He's brought further reds into play, and after playing so well in the first frame, I've got to fancy him to score well here.
Yeah, I like the shot that he's just played there. Didn't go into those reds with too much pace because presumably he didn't want to move them too far in case he redeveloped the pink spot and then tied it up. So just controlled the cue ball just to kill the pace, knowing that he was going to be on a red. There's the expression
20.
Absolutely fuming with himself, and it wasn't the bad shot on the blue, it was the bad shot from the red to leave himself low on the blue. In fact, he had to go in and out of baulk. I think we're going to see a lot of that from Michael today, Dom.
Yeah. It could just be that when he played the previous red, he just had this bizarre sort of inner thought, took his mind off the shot, and he landed the wrong side of the blue because of it, and that's probably why he's angry. Just perhaps a lack of focus and concentration caused a positional error, and Liam Graham would be delighted to be back to the table so quickly, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm a big practicer with Michael. He's probably my most regular practice partner, and that sort of thing does really get under his skin. There was no reason for him to not get the correct side of the blue from that elementary red, and it's just those little mistakes that really wind him up, because, as I say, he was under no pressure.
Well, these things do happen more and more as you get older. Michael's 46 now. He's been around a long time, and he'll know that these extraneous thoughts tend to present themselves far more often than they may have done earlier in your career, and it does cause problems, and it's just something you have to accept and live with.
Commonly referred to in this game as battle scars, aren't they, Dom? They never leave you.
Foul. Like a Holt.
Completely mistimed. Didn't go through the cue ball well there, that's why Court is on the thick side. He'd be delighted that the cue ball found the pocket there, because it means that Michael Holt's next attempted long red will be from distance. There's certainly a very possible red available to Michael into this right hand corner pocket. Now he could play a cannon onto the pink here. He'll be unlucky not to finish on pink or black afterwards, but you know, after that last mistake that he made, I wonder how confident he is to take it on.
Yeah, that always feels like a big shot, doesn't it, when you stood behind it? But as you say, it's probably the right shot. The question is, can he get his cue ball back up the table otherwise? Well, he's missed the red, but he won't be all that disappointed with the outcome. Could have left something a lot easier than this for Liam Graham. Now that red being up in baulk causes problems for both. The area of refuge now will be behind this pink or black.
It's always key to try and get the cue ball tight to the top cushion in these situations. This red is possible to the centre pocket, but there's a lot of pressure on it. It'll be very costly if it doesn't go in. But it has gone in. What a pot that was. Now the blue isn't available, certainly green and brown are. Another look. That's a trust to luck for position on a colour, but Michael wouldn't have taken that on unless he thought it was a certainty that he would be on a colour.
He gets a very high percentage of that type of shot, Michael. Those ones to middle that, you're absolutely right, Dom. It was a smelly shot to be faced with, because the pot was tricky enough, but no real control over the cue ball. Put sort of all his eggs in one basket there, but it looks to have paid off. He's got another really good chance already in front in this frame.
Eight. Nine.
Michael could play for the red near the blue spot next. But he'd probably love to have the pink on its spot. Be right in the middle of a number of loose reds. That would make positional play a lot easier.
11. Twelve. Seventeen. 18.
Long way short of pace there, Michael.
21.
From a positional point of view, I think the red to play would be the one into the right corner. I don't know if he can stretch across to play it or whether he'd need to use the rest, but if he plays the red that's closest to the pink spot, he'd have a lot more work to do with the cue ball, so I don't think there's a lot between the two reds in terms of their difficulty, so it has to be worth playing this one to the right corner. Just wondering, Stephen, if he has an angle on the black to screw into the two reds.
Yeah, it looked like he did. That's what he's tried. Just didn't quite get the nip into the cue ball that he required there.
29. Thank you. 30.
So blue puts him 42 points in front. One more red and colour required. Just be playing for this loose red on the left side.
$30. Michael Holt, 35.
Didn't miss it by much, but it would appear that the red has wriggled away, gone up the table far enough to not be cuttable. Useful lead now, 42 points, just 51 remaining. Leon Graham with it all to do now in this second frame, having lost the first. Now, quick update for you on table 2. Jamie Jones lost the first frame to China's Zhao Hanyang. But he's going well in frame 2, Jamie Jones. Had a very sizable lead, but Zhao Hanyang has done very well to get back into the second frame, but is still 22 points adrift of Jamie Jones with one red remaining. So still anybody's frame, that second one. We'll keep you informed as to what happens.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Again, Michael not needing to do anything daft here, just manage his business. It's up to Liam to be the aggressor, so far behind in this frame. Similar sort of safety shot coming up. Got the double kiss last time. Needs to catch this red a little thinner. And he's got the double kiss again. This time he is going to leave a red for Michael.
Little surprised to see Michael miss that red, bearing in mind it was virtually frame ball, so there wasn't a lot of pressure on it given the fact that the pink and the red next to it are tied up. Now this red is cuttable for Leon Graham, but he could, if he wished, play a good safety shot here and play that red into the pink and red to bring other balls into play, but he's taken it on, but he's missed it.
So another bite at the cherry for Michael to get this frame won.
Foul. Michael Holt.
Had to swerve the cue ball just slightly there, Leon Graham, but made a bit of a mess of it, but fortunately hasn't left a possible red on for Michael, whose lead has increased now to 46 points, so just the red required. I don't know if he can cross double this past the black. He's left the red potable. Won't be happy with this unless the blue's going to cover it.
Yeah, he's been a little bit fortunate there, Michael, because this does now present problems for Liam Graham. He has to cover that red somehow. Well, not the shot for me. I mean, that was probably a 1 out of 10 trying to cover the red with the black. Felt like he had a little drift, but it looked like he was playing with a touch of right-hand side on the cue ball just to check it up and kill the pace, so that can always make the white deviate. Either way, he was in trouble there, Liam Graham. He didn't really have a lot of options to try and salvage that situation.
Cannon has ended this break from Michael Holt, but I don't think it'll matter too much. He's 52 ahead, just 43 remain.
Liam, yeah, and the frame.
And Liam Graham has decided that that's too much to ask to get back into the frame, so it's Michael Holt who extends his lead. No big breaks in that frame, but he's just 1 frame away from victory now with that 2-0 advantage.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. Michael Holt has just won frame 2 to go within a frame of victory. These matches over the best of 4 frames, so a draw is still possible for Liam Graham. But he's beginning to make a few mistakes. Michael Holt looks comfortable enough out there. He's made that break of 78 in frame 1, having been 30 odd points adrift at one stage. Liam Graham has had his chances, but he's just made a few safety errors.
Because I thought, oh my God, who's going to break it out?
Rob Spencer just having a word. Michael Holt at the time when he smashed his cue on the ground. Just said there, I thought your cue was going to break in half. Can be very risky when you've got a 3/4 cue with the joint in the butt section to smash it on the floor like that. You can cause all problems to the cue, cause the weight to come loose, you can cause problems to the joint.
The third frame.
It seems to be okay
Michael Holt's break.
as Michael Holt breaks off for frame 3. Hopefully from his point of view anyway, it'll be the last of the match, which would mean he's a 3-0 victor.
Again, not the first time we've seen that lone red travel up the table, but similar to the break of Liam Graham, it's not come far enough to be potable to the left middle pocket. Well, that cue ball, it has reached baulk, but not deep baulk, so hand on table. This red to right corner will be getting attempted from Michael. And it will be getting potted. Good strike. That's one of the big differences at this level for me, Dom. If you fail to get that cue ball, at least so the opponent has their hand on the side, on the baulk rail, preferably you want that cue ball on the board, cushion, hand on table. The players, they just knock that type of shot in for fun.
Yeah, I remember when I turned pro in the early 90s, if you left an opportunity like that, you didn't necessarily expect your opponent to knock them in. You're very much 50-50 or less. But these days, you're always pleasantly surprised when they don't knock them in. Michael won't be pleased with that positional shot. Already out of position. He does have a red with the rest to the right corner. And maybe if he... Well, he's choosing another red to the same pocket here, but it's not the one I'd be choosing. It's a more difficult pot, this. He's shown already in this match that he's very accomplished with the red, and I'm sure he didn't intend to cannon that red 4-ball, Stephen, but he'd be pleased with it.
Yeah, he'll surely take it. That couldn't have worked out any nicer. Can play down for the red above the black. Try and get that out of the way so the black spot is freed up once again and he can get to work.
Michael Holt, 11.
Well, that is a bad one. Didn't see that one coming.
You mentioned, Stephen, that Michael was disappointed in his performance with Ian Burns in losing the qualifier last week. Do you think he'll have practiced a lot since then?
I know he did an hour or so yesterday in the club because he popped in just before he came to drop his dog Gus off around our house. So, but I can't imagine he'd have. You know, it was only Saturday night, late Saturday night, that game was played here in this arena. So it's still very much raw in the memory. But you know, Michael's a seasoned professional. You've got to try and brush off those disappointing results as quickly as possible, and he'll know that. I just find it's something difficult for him to do. As it is for most players, you know, that's the difference, isn't it? The mentality. Got to be very strong, very thick-skinned. Liam's asked himself a little question here, though. Although just on Michael, when you look back to last season, it was a slow start last year for him, but he came good in the end. I thought he finished the season off quite nicely, had a great run in the UK Championship, and for a first year of a 2-year tour card, he did about as much damage as you could hope, really. He's put himself in a great position coming into this season, defending no points. He can only go up in the rankings, so you know, there's not all that much to be downbeat about. If anything, there's plenty to be optimistic about, because come the end of this season, he could skyrocket up the rankings. Surely will break into the top 64 and possibly a lot higher. As for Liam Graham, he kept his tour card via the 1-year list last year, which means a fresh two years ahead of him.
Thank you.
So tough though, isn't it, Dom? The standard of player nowadays is so high. It's certainly a lot harder to stay on the tour than it is to actually get on the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take Michael Holt's position, he began last year with a 0 ranking effectively, but because of those great performances, particularly in the UK, as you mentioned, Stephen, he's actually beginning this season ranked 72. So he's got rid of half the field pretty much, and he's only got to go up 8 places to secure his position on the tour as of right. And you know, it's difficult to do what he's done really at the age of 45 and 46 as he is now. To have had the sort of season that he did have last season was pretty commendable. I know he's a very experienced player, Michael Holt, but he was off the tour for a couple of seasons or more, and he got back on and performed very well last year. He beat a lot of great players and played some very good snooker.
30.
Now a chance for Liam to get into this cluster. The pink is slightly detached, so accuracy is required here. Oh, he's caught the pink fine, but he's lost the cue ball and he's missed the blue. That was a quick one.
Michael Holt.
Didn't cue that very well whatsoever.
No, he seemed to draw the cue back before striking the cue ball, but there was no pause there. It was all in one motion and he completely lost control of the shot, as you say. And the cue ball's found the corner pocket, which has given Michael Holt a chance at this red, and he can hold for the black here. He won't leave a lot on except the red he's taking on potentially.
Well, that was a shot from Liam Graham that just shows a lack of experience for me, a little lack of discipline. That was the one shot that was going to get him in and get the frame open and potentially get the frame won. Possibly a little bit of adrenaline through his body on delivery there, because there was a lot of movement, as you said, Dom.
Now then, Stephen, would you consider playing a delicate cannon here into the 3 reds?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks a natural little touch of right-hand side, possibly. If anything, just to use the 3 reds as a stopper. Guaranteed on the red to right corner. Had to be played there. He is on this red. It's a little thinner than he maybe would have liked, but it's a chance to keep going, and he's got everything in play now.
Michael doesn't seem too perturbed by how thin this cuttable red is to the right corner, but goodness me, it looks thin from here. It's parallel to the red, isn't it?
Nine.
Well, 20, 30 years ago, perhaps you wouldn't see too many players take a yellow one like this to the centre pocket, but these days, very few players turn them down.
Michael Holt, 9.
Liam just needs to try and steady the ship here. Not let the theatrics of Michael Holt affect his concentration or rhythm.
8.
There's a fair bit of problem solving to be done. 15 points the lead, 22 when this black disappears, so he's creeping closer to the winning line. He needs another 2 reds and high value colours.
Well, you'd think that red to the left centre is very potable. The cannon on the pink has actually helped because he just needs to drop it in dead weight to be on the pink.
Now he's just looking for any sort of shot on this red to just potentially drop it in and be on either pink or black. That will see him over the winning line. Would have liked to have been slightly straighter on this red, but extension using the rest Just adds an element of difficulty. Still doesn't need to do anything with it. Well, he's missed that by a long, long way. Again, another example of seemed to play that quite quickly once he made his mind up that he didn't need the extension. He was down very quickly, didn't seem to set himself for that shot. It was a frame-winning shot, really. Never threatened the pocket.
Michael attempted to snooker Liam Graham in behind the black there, but I think you can see the red to the right of the blue, but still got to get it safe. Just dropping onto it. Will this reach? No.
Foul, unless
Useful 4
Michael
points
Holt.
for Michael Holt there.
Yeah.
Asking our referee Rob Spencer to replace the cue ball.
Touch. Yeah, Michael.
This is where the experience of Michael will show. Trying to put Liam in a world of pain from missing that red. He's got full control over the table at the minute, Michael Holt, albeit he's behind in the frame. Well, he just glanced that red on the way past. Didn't want the cannon to the brown because that's held the cue wall up. This red is potable to the green pocket. Just wonder if he'll be tempted.
What?
What do you play here? Yeah, just develop the yellow. Snooker's a guarantee where it is behind the blue, the last red that is. That's brought the yellow into play, and
Michael
one
Holt.
mistake here from Liam Graham and this match could be over very quickly.
Yeah, and again, another good example of Michael just putting Liam under some pressure there, just asking the question of him. Didn't need to do anything too exotic with that previous shot. Just chip the yellow out. Make Liam hit this red, make him get it safe.
Foul.
Oh, well, what a
Michael Holt.
disaster. couple of key positional shots coming up in this little visit for Michael. Yellow to green, and then green to brown. Looking for the correct angles on all of them. Bit of an unorthodox colour clearance, this.
Surprised Michael didn't choose to play the cue ball behind the black there, because getting onto the green would have been a lot easier than I feel it may be now. Oh, judged the pace very nicely. He'll be happy with this. Doesn't want to be dead straight, but still, nevertheless, it was a good positional shot. But brown to blue would be a problem, even if you were to play from green to brown well. Blue's in a slightly awkward spot for Michael Holt. He's still 11 points behind, so needs all the remaining colours.
Yeah, you can see the little tap to the middle pocket there. The angle that he's got, it looks unnatural if he screws this green in for the cue ball to go close, so he's going to have to go high on the white. Two cushion route down the table. Well, this brown is quite thin to this left corner, but it's a chance. It's thin enough that the cue ball is travelling back up towards the blue.
I don't know if Michael played for the blue into the right centre there or into the green pocket. It's cuttable to the green pocket. He has a lovely angle in which to play for the pink from it. This is the key shot. No, overcut it.
Michael Holt 60.
So, Michael Holt requires blue, pink and black. Ian Graham just the blue and the pink. Will he take this on?
Foul, miss. Blue round 5. Yeah?
Leon Graham was so fortunate previously when he missed the pot on the blue not to have left it on.
Who's that?
Cue ball didn't cannon into the pink. Had it done so, this match could have been over,
Yeah.
But he's fluked to snooker, it would appear.
He thinks a bit touch that way. Yeah.
Michael Holt has a big problem now. 9 points
no,
behind. He's got to hit the blue, but more importantly, leave it safe.
I had it straight onto the bump, basically. Liam, are you okay with that? Yeah? This bit, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% about.
Yeah, I think it's this one definitely, because the shot I'm playing, I'm swerving it a little bit, and the only reason I've not hit it is because I've gambled too much throw. But
touch that way.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, I'll go with you. I mean,
the thing is, I can play the swerve the other way pretty easy now, and I couldn't do it before.
how's that?
It's better, because it's on. The shot's on. The shot's on. The shot's on. The shot's on.
Yeah.
I've just got to get enough swerve.
Well, he said the shot's on, and it certainly was, because he's gone too far the other way now.
Foul and a miss. Liam going 5.
Not sure if it's cuttable. There's your answer.
Back.
He's having it
Yeah.
replaced, so 14 points behind. Michael can't afford to miss this blue another time. Trouble is the pace he's playing it at with the amount of swerve he's trying to get on the cue ball. He's trying to get distance between blue and object, but blue and cue ball. It's tough to do.
Yeah.
The angle of which he's coming at the cushion from.
Clear. Yeah.
Always seemed unlikely that he could get real distance between and hand on table. Liam only needing this blue. This is frame ball. Yeah, that's a much better strike.
Yep, blue was all he needed. One of the best long pots that we've seen this match from Leon Graham. Doesn't matter about the pink. Michael Holt has seen enough of this frame, even though he only needed the one snooker to tie. But Leon Graham finally gets a frame on the board, but he does still trail 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back again to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. That man in picture there, Leon Graham of Glasgow, has won his first frame in his match with Michael Holt. Still trails 2-1, but there's a chance now of a 2-all draw if he can win this final frame that remains of this second match of the day. Michael Holt, you can see there, head in hands, wondering how on earth he let that last frame slip with the position that he was in at one stage. Well, both players have struggled to break off well in this match, but that's the worst that we've seen. And Michael Holt comes to the table with an immediate opportunity.
One. Six.
Just quickly tell you that on table 2, Zhao Han Yang has established a 2-1 lead in his match with Welshman Jamie Jones.
Seven.
But it's Jamie Jones who is looking good here in frame 4 to take the match to a 2-all draw.
Big shot from Michael. Blue in and out of baulk, plenty of running side on the cue ball, trying to accelerate it off the cushion into the reds, played it nicely. Lost the cue ball a fraction, never quite sure where that cue ball will come to rest, but he does have a straightforward pot on. And it was a natural for the cue ball to find back up top side of the blue, so good chance this now for Michael Holt. Now I just wonder if he'll be tempted to go into the pink and red. Currently pink and black both out of commission. It's a bit of a gamble, but it is a gamble to try and bring the high value colours back into play. Well, he chose against it, and I'm sure he'd like that one back. Welcome back. It's a long season ahead.
Oh, you're right. There's another 10 months of this.
It's amazing how he looks so good for 46 when it's been painful career playing this game.
Sure. Psychologically, he's probably a little clapped out by now, but yeah, the only reason I think that he refused to go into the pink and reds, because I agreed with your shot choice, is that maybe the pink was possible into the right corner. It won't be now, but that's the problem. If you don't hide your emotions and deal with your adversities in the correct manner, it can cause all sorts of problems later on, and maybe the reason Michael played that so poorly is because it was a bit of a hangover from the previous shot.
Again, this is where Liam has got to clock on to this from Michael Holt. He's got to try and redial himself back into this match, find a bit of focus, because he's played a few loose ones himself, Liam Graham, but ultimately he's got the opportunity to level this match and come out of it with a point. Let's try and put Michael under as much pressure as possible here. Try and make him crumble.
Whoa. Liam Graham.
Green's in a good position to try and get the cue ball in behind. Maybe that will be the target here for Michael Holt.
Well, that's worked out nicely. Cutting off the right side of the reds for Michael presents a little problem for him. There's plenty of traffic down that left side now. Plenty of balls to collide into, trying to go back to baulk. And if you can't find a path, it's better to attack. He was left that red. Another good long pot from Michael Holt. And again, hand on table from distance. Very, very accurate. Had that cue ball have been on the baulk cushion, that shot wouldn't have been available to Michael. So he's one good piece of cueing now away from making this a match-winning chance. One good strike.
Just wondering if that pink is possible into the right corner, but the other thing is, though, is Michael Holt straight enough on this red to the left corner to hold for it? A couple of potable reds. As Stephen suggested, he needs good cueing here. One good pot and positional shot. Frame a match could be at his mercy. There's a lot of pressure on both of these players now because a 2-all draw, neither player be pleased with that. Doesn't really get you anywhere.
Yeah, the only person that would be pleased with a 2 each draw would be Stephen Maguire, because he won his first match against James Cahill 3-1.
After such a good red, Michael would be very displeased to be the wrong side of the blue again. Played that nicely.
Michael Holt's one.
It's a bit awkward now for Michael Holt. The red that Neil Graham has just missed, he can't see to do anything with.
No, it's all right. I've had a look, Mike. It's okay, yeah.
Well, Michael can swerve around the brown to leave the cue ball back in bulk. And he'd be very pleased with that. Has concluded over on table 2, and it was a 2-all draw in the match between Jamie Jones and Zhao Hanyang. Jamie Jones remains in action to play the last match of the afternoon session on table 2, and he'll be playing another Chinese player, a wild card, Yao Peng Cheng. That match is just about to commence. Cannoning into the yellow has potentially caused a problem for Michael Holt. That red has remained pottable into the centre pocket, but there's a lot of pressure on it. But the fact that that yellow has finished next to the blue will have helped Michael Holt. It's no easy colour to play for now.
Even though it isn't one, this frame certainly feels like a deciding frame. Liam Graham desperate to get this point on the board. And from 2-0 down, that will be a big, big result considering. On the other hand, for Michael Holt, it'll be a big disappointment having not converted a 2-0 lead into a match-winning opportunity. Both missing balls at the minute. It's become very disjointed. Well, a chance for Liam to play a really telling safety here. Just try and control that cue ball. Side cushion in behind the green. He's played it nicely. I would have loved to cut off the left side cushion for Michael Holt. He may have the gap anyway. Well, that was very, very thin along that top cushion, and having caught it the way he did, there was only going to be one outcome, and that was the red staying over this corner pocket.
One.
Took a bit of a chance there, trying to play a cannon into the pink and the black and the red to hopefully be on one of the high value colours, but
Yellow ball, thank you.
it hasn't worked out. But he will be able to bring the blue into play here by playing off the yellow. Oh, this looks very good. If it slows down, oh, I thought that was going to be right in behind the green, but it's just come out from behind it, much to the relief of Michael Holt.
Well, this is a good chance now for Liam. Okay, Michael could get through to the reds, but it forced him into playing off them. Caught it too thick. He's brought everything into play. Both pink and black in play as well.
One.
The frame finally has sort of tidied itself up after that little passage of safety play. A few moments ago there was balls all over the place, but now it looks like a more conventional frame, and no prizes for guessing how Michael Holt's feeling currently.
Nine.
Again, this is the sort of chance that Liam just wants to have a little glance over at Michael, just see him stewing in his seat, just to try and drive him on, get that fire in his belly to try and make this chance count.
60.
Just give every shot that little something
7.
extra. Make absolutely sure you're getting the right side of your colours, nicely on your reds. Taking one ball at a time.
idea what he's staring at there. He's probably got his eyes closed and thinking all sorts of things. Probably nothing related to snooker, I wouldn't have thought, but there you go. That's Michael Holt for you. Very expressive player, to say the least.
Well, that's worked out fine. Took the opportunity there to try and push that red along this top cushion, closer to the left corner. Didn't have to play that shot, but it's worked out okay.
31.
Now the two reds close together by that right side cushion. There'll be a key positional shot coming up to get on them to then release the other. Well, he needs that cue ball to slow down. Just about held up. Boy, this red thinner than he would have liked.
35.
Yeah, nicely played.
36.
Good pot. Not able to get nicely on his next colour though, and this is where the problem. This is where the problem is, getting on these two reds now. He's got his nose in front in this frame.
Well, unless you really do feel you can get nicely on one of these two reds, it's pointless taking on a colour. You could play a very good safety here. You could snooker your opponents in behind the green, or play the cue ball onto the bolt cushion and use a yellow to snooker the two reds. But either way, you could put your opponent in trouble by not taking a pot on here. So again, I wouldn't attempt to colour here unless I knew I could get nicely on the two reds. Now, that was a decent pot on the green, and in all honesty, he's played that about as well as he could have done. He's certainly given himself a chance here, Stephen, hasn't he?
Yeah, and every credit there for being aggressive and being positive, because I was with you, Dom. It looked like a low percentage shot. But as it happened, it was a good pot on the green, and the cue ball has come far enough that he can still pot this red. Oh, he's just missed it. Caught that near jaw, and at that pace, they're not going to go in.
Michael's just got to be careful here. He doesn't flick this red off the black and leave it near the right corner somewhere. Be very pleased with that.
Well, he's played that superbly well. He was limited to how much of the red he could actually see there, Liam Graham. Had to trust the table to run true. Played that very, very nicely. And now Michael has got the problem. He's got to hit these reds and get it safe. Oh, what a result. Surely that doesn't go off the near jaw, does it? He's going to have to catch a lot of it, it looks from here. Well, that just didn't look on to me, Dom.
Well, if I was going to be playing it, I'd be just rolling it past the pink off the jaw, not playing a stun shot. And I think this red cuts.
5. Playing round 4.
Oh, he's really gotten away with one there, Liam Graham. I was fearing the worst. Had Michael have potted that, it was a good chance to win the frame, and with it the match. Just got to recompose himself here. Well, he's played a good shot. Got the snooker once again. Now, does this red cut back into this right corner? It's ultra thin. That's what he's having a look at. It looks from here that he's got to catch the paintwork of this. Yeah, it did go. And the red has stayed in open play.
Yeah, he's on the pink as well, I believe. The problem is it's very straight. He needs to try and screw back a couple of feet to be on the remaining red. Decided on the thinner blue. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, I'm astonished he's missed it, but what a double kiss.
Playing ground.
He could have left everything on for Michael Holt. As it is, he's left him a horrible red on the diagonal, virtually dead straight. That missed blue could easily have cost Liam Graham the match. It still might. But Michael Holt won't be enjoying having to take this red on.
Well, I'm sure he'd rather be at the table trying to attempt this red than being sat in his seat watching Liam Graham clear them up. That was a shocker from Liam Graham. Another very quick one, I felt. Just lacking that composure in those big moments, it seems. He's got to hope for another chance now. Oh, he just couldn't quite get enough on the cue ball there, Michael.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit of humidity in the arena there. It's just making it difficult to kill the pace of the cue ball. I'm assuming this isn't a free ball.
So priority number 1, get that yellow safe. Get it to a cushion. Then consider the path of the cue ball.
Still anybody's frame, really, isn't it, Stephen, given the position of the colours? I mean, they're perfect.
Yeah, it feels like a yellow ball frame now. One mistake. Again, Liam's task is a simple one. Just get that yellow safe. Anywhere on the table, make sure it's not pottable for Michael Holt. Doesn't need to try and be too clever with his safety options here, Liam Graham. Sometimes you can be consumed into trying to find clever safety shots to get the object ball and a good cue ball. 20-point lead in this frame. Just get the yellow safe. It's Michael Holt that has to be the aggressor now. Now, where's this yellow going to finish? Pottable, it seems.
Absolutely, and has a chance with the angle that he has on this yellow to get nicely on the green if you can judge the pace of the shot. And goes the yellow, wants the cue ball to slow down, it will. Just this green required for a very unlikely 2-all draw.
Yeah, nice shot he's played there. Fully committed, didn't try and bail out at all. Just trusted his cueing. Played the yellow correctly.
5.
And it's going to earn him a point. in this match. A big point it feels, having been 2-0 down.
Nine. Holt.
Michael Holt be very disappointed. He looked the more likely winner of this match. Liam Graham struggled earlier on, but Michael Holt began to struggle himself, and Liam Graham from 2-0 behind has managed to force a 2-2 draw. He'll be delighted. Michael Holt not so, especially as it's Michael Holt who has to remain table side to take on Blackpool's James Cahill. That match will be coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes from now. Stephen Hallworth will remain in the commentary box, and he'll be joined by Phil Yates. Back shortly.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I'm ready. All we've been doing. So can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
9-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Day one of the BetVictor Championship League shaping up nicely. Michael Holt looking glum there in his chair, and you can understand why. In the driver's seat against Liam Graham. In the end, though, only a 2-all draw, which is great news for Stephen Maguire. Holt now plays James Cahill, needs to get off the floor, put in a good performance, and if he wins this match, he will have the consolation of moving to the top of the table. Of course, Cahill not out of this either. The best possible result for Steve Maguire would be another 2-all draw. This is the last match of this session before the action resumes at 5 o'clock this afternoon local time. Joining me for this one is Stephen Hallworth, and I think we've seen two contrasting matches so far, certainly in terms of quality and standard.
Yeah, for sure. Stephen Maguire played fantastic in his opening match of the day against James Cahill. Lost the first frame. James made a brilliant clearance, brilliant break in the opener, but then pretty much did the spectating for the remainder of that match. But that previous game, Michael against Liam Graham, that was a tough watch, and no doubt it was tough to be involved in for them both.
And having watched Michael Holt play an awful lot over the years, I believe he's vulnerable here. I think he's quite down on himself. And let's face it, James Cahill didn't play badly against Maguire by any means. 70+ break in the first frame. Then Maguire dominated, so okay, only 1-ball potted, but I would definitely make Cahill favourite.
Yeah, he's no mean feat, is he, James Cahill? He's not going to roll over. He's a great player, not currently a member of the professional tour, which I suppose would be quite surprising to most. He's had a few enormous scalps in his career. He's a good player on his day, James Cahill.
James Cahill, 1.
But he missed a few to the middle against Maguire, and that one was poor. All about forgetting what just happened for Michael Holt. It's a great schedule, this, if you're playing back-to-back matches and you've won your first. But if you've just been denied full points and you know you really should have the full complement, then that's when control of temperament kicks in, or at least it should do. By the way, an extremely tight group on the other table, as we see Cahill knocking a really good ball and get the desired positional cannon. Yeah, the first two matches in Group 26 on Table 2 have resulted in 2-all draws, and the third match on, Jamie Jones and Yao Peng Cheng, have just gone 1-1. Yao winning the first, Jones dominating the second.
think James will have seen a lot of the previous match between Michael Holt and Liam Graham up in the players' lounge. He'd have been keeping one eye on it, and he'll know that this is an opportunity for him. He'll know the current position that Michael Holt finds himself in. Clearly not thinking that well out there, doesn't feel like he's playing that well, and all those emotions just seem to escalate. That's not for James Cahill to concern himself with. He's got a job to do. Probably senses this as a good opportunity to perhaps get a win.
Yes, and even though he would struggle to win the group now after losing his first match, it's not a mathematical impossibility. And you've also got to think about the fact that it's £2,000 for finishing second in the group, £1,000 for third, so worth battling on. As for Holt, well, he had a really good season, his comeback season onto the tour.
21.
Unless he has a disastrous campaign this time, he will retain his card. So he's got a lot to be positive about. And yet, it seems to me, he isn't positive at all. And bear in mind, okay, he lost in the British Open last week, but he did get through in Wuhan, so not too bad a start to the season. If you're going to win one of those two matches financially, winning Wuhan was more important than the British Open.
Yeah, myself and Dom were just talking about it. You know, he did about as much damage as you could hope to on the first year of a two-year tour card, because he's defended no points this season, and basically every pound he earns
29.
is just profit on his ranking. It's only going to go in one direction, and that's upwards. So there's plenty to be optimistic about. But if you looked at Michael Holt today, you would think the world was on his shoulders and that he was potentially in a tour survival battle so early on in the season. That's not the case. That's just the sort of character he is. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and if he doesn't feel like he's playing well or thinking well, he'll let you know. He'll let himself know.
Blue ball.
Good angle here on the blue to go into them. But again, that middle pocket,
James Cahill, 30.
That's about 4 at least pots I can recall that he's missed a middle. Tell you what though, Stephen, what a terrific season in prospect. You're back on the tour. We're pleased for that. We wish you all the very best going forward. I think it's going to be a wonderful campaign with so many storylines, so many potential winners. I don't think there's ever been a season where you go into it thinking a whole host of players could win tournaments.
Yeah, there's never been a better time to be a professional snooker player, in my opinion. When I first got on the tour in 2014, I was, obviously absolutely buzzing. But when you compare the tour now to what it was back then, it's night and day. As you say, the opportunities and the tournaments that are available, the strength and depth on the tour now is just, off the charts. And it's just a great time to be a snooker player. I'm super excited. And last week didn't go to plan. But you've got to dust yourself down and go again, because there's plenty more tournaments to come, and I feel like I'm in a good place. Away from the game, things are good, and practicing hard, working hard, doing all the right things. So hopefully it's going to be a good campaign and one that's going to be very enjoyable.
I first started covering the snooker tour in September 1988. Back then, September was basically the start of it all.
No.
Now you've got plenty of snooker in the summer, the British summer that is, and plenty of very big snooker as well. Wuhan Open, Shanghai Masters, Saudi Arabia, the Championship League, and Then you go into September and you've got the English Open, British Open. It's not quite a 12-month tour, but it's not far off.
14.
Yeah, and this is the first time I can remember for at least a few years where this Championship League hasn't been the first event of the campaign. Quite often we see this event
15.
as the first one, and it's always a bit of a tell as to whether the players have been practicing or not coming into it. But the fact that there was 2 big qualifiers last week meant that a lot of the players were hitting the practice table and hitting it hard in the run up to those events, so players should be match sharp now.
Holt not able to hide his despondency when he doesn't screw back far enough to be on the correct side of the blue. But he's in his 40s now, Michael. He should know that by displaying these feelings of angst and frustration, it's only a benefit to his opponent. And we're being critical of him because we like him so much. He's
28.
Really amiable fellow with loads of talent.
29.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, and I think, you know, that's why at 46 years old, he's not old, but in snooker terms, you know, you can go on for a lot of years, but his level is still really, really high at that age. And you know, I practice with him a lot, Michael,
36.
and been on the receiving end of some big batterings from him. You know, the level's good, and I think you're absolutely right. He just gets in the way of himself out there. This is the most frustrating game in the world, bar none. There's no doubt about it. As players, we've had some torrid times out there, but you can't show that emotion, and a lot of this game is played between the ears. You look at the best players in the world, they stand apart from the rest because they're so mentally strong. You know, there's a lot of good players on this tour, and a lot of players that can make 100 breaks and play all the shots. But there's only a small handful that are the real top players. The players that when the pressure's on, they can find their best and not crumble.
48.
Now a frame-winning break here would make him feel an awful lot better, would raise the spirits, but getting on that last red won't be easy. It's worked out a treat.
54.
So, frame ball. Well, if this doesn't make him feel better, Steve, nothing will.
Yeah, he's taken these well, all things considered.
64.
It's not been the prettiest of breaks, but ultimately he's got the job done. The balls have gone in, and the frame is going to be on the board.
67.71. 76.
Well, Cahill, only himself to blame, missed a couple of balls to the middle pocket, and they both
82.
Proved expensive, particularly the latter blue.
89.
So an 89 clearance at high speed from Michael Holt. He went in front against Liam Graham. He's in front against James Cahill at 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So far today, one player has greatly benefited from his involvement in this first session. That is Steve Maguire. A 3-1 win over James Cahill after being 1-0 down. Maguire would love a 2-all draw here. A Cahill win wouldn't be too bad for him. The one thing that Maguire doesn't want is for Holt to get the verdict. But of course, if you keep winning, Stephen, you've got your fate in your own hands. If you win 3 out of 3, there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the beauty of this group stage format. Although depending on how your results go, you can quite often come to the end of the afternoon's play and be needing results elsewhere, and it's never a nice place to be. There's nothing worse than sitting up in the players' lounge needing a certain player to get a certain result, because you can pretty much bet your bottom dollar that that result won't happen. It's just sod's law. But it's amazing how important your first match is in these group stages. You get that win on the board, get the 3 points under your belt. Makes you feel really good going into your next matches. was a lot of movement there from James as he struck that one. He knew immediately that he'd caught that pack too thick. Now, what's the damage? There's certainly reds available to Michael. That black is a little bit tied up. A little bit of problem solving, but first and foremost, knock this red in.
Still strikes the ball very well. That was superbly timed, the shot. And as Stephen said, yes, the black is a little bit hemmed in, but it does go to one of its natural pockets, and this qualifies. There's a really good chance.
Straight away playing into an area where he's got the chance to play on that black, and then he'll have the chance from the black to get rid of that red left of it, stopping it from potting in the left corner. It's always the sign of a very good, proficient break builder. Eyeing up the problem balls immediately and then removing them. We saw in the previous game against Liam Graham, Liam had a couple of good chances where the balls were in this sort of position and he just ran into trouble far too quickly, just wasn't quite able to play that one clinical shot that opened the frame up and create a good scoring opportunity. Michael's done exactly that here. You would expect him to score heavy from this position now.
Got back on the tour last year through winning 3 events
22
on the Q Tour. And that's Zhao Xintong territory. And look where he is now, world champion.
Yeah, it's incredible what Zhao Xintong has done. You know, it was less than a year ago that I myself was on the Q Tour and playing Zhao Xintong in Vienna, just in a little club down a back street. No one there but myself, Xintong, and my wife Susanna watching on. I was picking balls out for Zhao, he was picking them out for me. Fast forward, his life has completely been transformed. The world champion. He's some player, isn't he, Phil? Special, special player.
I think it was a fantastic result for snooker. Not just for him, but for snooker.
Yeah, I agree. I'm as big a Mark Williams fan as the next man. You know, he's one of my idols. He's... Oh, as Michael misses a routine black off the spot.
38.
But yeah, seeing Zhao win that world title, it was certainly the best thing that could happen for the game, in my opinion.
Now there, Holt just tweaked on a little bit of side and it made all the difference. No excuse to miss that, though. After that, he'll be back deep in the doldrums if he loses this frame.
Seven. 8.
Been noticing this morning, Steve, I don't know whether it's me or whether
14.
He is a little more left-eyed than he used to be, but James Cahill, pronounced queuing under that left eye. Not dissimilar, actually, to Jamie Jones on the other table.
It's funny, isn't it? You see some players with a severe eye dominance. Sometimes it looks really uncomfortable when you're watching the players. You think, how do you get into that position? But There you see that cue virtually under the chin of, the cheek, sorry, of James Cahill, right underneath that left eye. That's where he sights the ball. That's where it looks straight to him. Just goes to show there's no right and wrong way of playing this game. The textbook really should be disregarded because there are no two players that play this game the same.
Well, being left-eyed, he's in good company. The great Joe Davis, undefeated in the World Championship from its inception in 1927 to his retirement from the event in 46. He was left-eyed also. Well, I've done well this morning. First session of the Championship League. I've mentioned both of the Davis brothers in different contexts. I think Dom mentioned Steve Davis. Maybe Mark Davis will be feeling left out. Oh. And the red is left out on the table.
Yeah, he was going well there, James. Just perhaps took his eye off that red. He was perfect on that pink to get right in behind those two reds for this left corner pocket. That would have really opened things up, got him back into the frame. But it's a chance missed.
Well, okay, pots are still on, but not exactly the one you want. That blind cutback, and maybe cue ball control compromised. Yeah, halfway house. Not too bad though. He does have a red on. Could have been worse than that.
Yeah, if you can float this red into right corner, and it doesn't look to be a natural enough to that right middle, maybe okay. You'll certainly have an angle on something to get back behind these reds. It looks like it's going to be the pink. He's come up a bit straight and he's not happy with that. Needed that cue ball to pull up.
Can tell you, Yao Peng Cheng, the rookie, has just snatched the third frame on the black from Jamie Jones. He leads 2-1. Doesn't see the value in the 5 extra points. Does see value, understandably, in getting a colour safe with a 13-point lead. Well, not the best, that. Although Holt immediately identifies awkwardness. Very much to Cahill's advantage to get the blue out.
What?
Caught a lot of that near jaw. Still went in. To Holt's relief, the last red could not be more awkwardly placed.
Yeah, and that black looks to be a big ball because he's perfect on the blue to pot the blue and come off this top cushion and try and promote that red, but the black is in the way.
Cheers, Cahill. One.
Still wide open, this frame. Feels like a red ball frame now, albeit like with a 12-point lead. Doesn't want to leave an attempt at this red. He's been quite fortunate with where that cue ball has come to rest because that red finished over this right corner pocket. Massive target up in that left corner of the table. Try and get the cue ball in amongst there somehow. Good attempt. Very good shot.
And of course the point must be made that as Cahill leaves the last red, if he were to lose this frame, he won't qualify. He cannot top the group.
What?
Holt would have liked a little more travel on the cue ball there.
Yeah, it's just come up a little awkward. If he takes the blue, he's got to be a lot more accurate with his cue ball control. Getting up and back down the table to land on that yellow. He was desperate to be on that pink. Yeah, that's not a good shot. Had a lot of room there to, if anything, overrun that cue ball.
6.
He was playing on it to the green pocket, but had he have overhit it, would have had middle or the corner pocket.
Well, that was the right shot to take on, but the execution wasn't absolutely spot on. So the yellow, not just available, but available to pot.
Yeah, it's a tough shot though, and again the black looks a big ball. Put so much into trying to swing that cue ball around.
Another chance for Holt. He needs yellow and green. Almost back to where we were a minute ago. That will not improve Michael Holt's mood. What a fluke, and the kiss on the blue enables Cahill to retain position on the green.
Oh, what an outrageous fluke that was.
Five.
The fact that the blue went down the table as well makes blue to pink super easy. Oh, but he's missed the brown. Well, goodness me, what a miss that was. After such a vital piece of fortune, it seemed, fluking that yellow to middle, chance to really impact some damage to Michael Holt's mood.
Yeah, Holt in a snooker, not ideal of course, but at least he's back at the table. Of all the things he didn't want to do, that was at the top of the list.
Yeah, now decision time for James. He's not got anything to attempt. Presumably he's just going to play off the black and try and lay the snooker, but there's no way that Michael will be missing the brown this next time. Might have been wise to try and just nestle up that cue ball right on top of the black there, just try and leave awkward cueing, because he was guaranteed to get the snooker anyway. Just try and leave him hampered, but chose against it.
Well, for the time being, he'll settle for that. Obviously could be in trouble again after this shot, but at least he's left it bang safe. No complaints from Holt about the outcome there. Not for the first time on the colours after that outrageous fluke on the yellow. Cahill lucky. Holt felt the need to go cushion first, and that could be an expensive choice.
Yeah, he still needs to get on the blue, and looks pretty straight to me, this brown. I don't think he can get close to it. He still needs it. Oh, what a shot that he's played there. That's an exhibition style shot. Immense topspin to arc the cue ball off the cushion. Look at this. Look at the work he gets on the white here. Great attempt to get close to the blue. Brilliant shot. Oh, and he's missed the blue. Would you believe it? Oh, after playing such a good shot on the brown, he's missed the blue.
As he missed the brown earlier to the same pocket. Holt wanted that cue ball to stop. It just ran on. So the frame's still very much alive. Holt 10 points to the good, 13 there. That was a superb shot. Had he knocked the black in, it would have been cursed. In the end, Michael Holt pots a really good pink. Tough to judge that potting angle, and he leads by 2 frames to 0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's history repeating itself for Michael Holt. He was in command against Liam Graham. He couldn't nail down the win. Ended up with a 2-2 draw in our second match of the day. Now 2-0 up on James Cahill. If Holt can win this frame, suddenly his chances of topping the group at day's end, they will significantly elevate.
What?
And there I was at the start of the match, Stephen, suggesting that Cahill, in my opinion, was favoured because of the way Holt was feeling after squandering that lead against Graham. He's not favourite now. In fact, it's Cahill who's cutting a despondent figure.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this format, isn't it? Every game is different.
5.
And it makes it so intriguing to follow. Such short sprints can quite often offer up some dramatic endings to frames, as we just saw in that previous one. That pink was such a good pot from Michael with the rest. It didn't look on from where we're sat, but he managed to just nip into it and see it disappear.
6.
And straight away in this third frame, knocked in a good long red and looking to get amongst them.
Michael Holt, 6.
There aren't many instances when a player hopes they don't get a good split. After he missed the blue, Holt was desperate. They didn't split nicely, and they haven't.
Now, where's this cue ball going to come to rest? Is it going to be a free ball? I think it is.
Free ball.
Or a chance at the brown to middle.
Brown ball. One.
There's news of rookie success on table 2. Yao Peng Cheng has beaten Jamie Jones 3-1. So after a 2-all draw earlier against Liu Haoshan, Yao Peng Cheng ends the session top of the table in Group 26. Won that deciding frame, if you like. Well, one that decided the victory by potting a really good pressure green. So it looks as though Jamie Jones, in terms of winning the group, won't be doing so. Same thing with James Cahill here. But with £2,000 for second place, £1,000 for third, of course you need to keep fighting. Stephen Maguire would be rubbing his hands if this was a 2-all draw, because it would mean if Maguire beat Liam Graham in our first match of the next session, scheduled for 5 o'clock, it would mean he would top the group with a match to spare, and that doesn't happen too often.
Brown ball.
in this format.
No, and I think on performances today alone, Maguire is still big favourite to progress through this group. I don't think he'll feel threatened by what he's seen from his peers so far, but of course that can all change, and it can change very quickly. Doesn't matter how you've played in your previous match. Maguire got the win in his opener. He's got to try and back it up in his next. As Cahill very quickly ran out of position there, misses the brown. Immediately presents a chance back to Michael Holt.
Didn't quite get hold of the cue ball as much as he wanted.
6.
He's okay, but just wanted that wide, a little nearer the blue. Inch or two.
Yeah, just looking at the reds, how they're all sort of positioned there. They're all kind of covering one another. So there may not be all that many options here for Michael. He may be forced into playing a little cannon into them. Just looking to just open them a fraction. Well, I think he's okay. I think he can get through the pack for that one loose red near the left corner. Yeah, he's fine. And again, just look at how he played that shot. He didn't go into them with any pace. It was a controlled cannon. Just wanted to push a few more out, which he has done.
13. Twenty. 21. 28. 29.
'Not quite the cannon he wanted, because the cue ball is a little close to the side cushion here. Did the right thing, didn't try and do too much with the white, didn't try anything outlandish or even impossible. But that leaves a tough one now to middle.
Yeah, this feels like match ball. If he can negotiate this red to middle, he'll be back on the black, nicely in amongst them again. He's a very, very good middle pocket player, Michael Holt. He knocks that type of shot in with such a high percentage.
on the point of being re-energised in Group 15.
$45.
Another very accurately played positional shot.
52.
Little trace of side on the cue ball just to widen the angle. Get up as far as he can do to cut this red into the left corner. This then releases the final loose red to the right corner.
53.
Been a good visit this from Michael. Came off a costly mistake from James Cahill, missing that brown.
Trying to accumulate ranking points, add to that impressive total from last season. This is frame and match ball. And now at the very least,
59.
Michael Holt will finish third in the group, which means he's got another 1,000 ranking points banked. Obviously with 4 points, he's looking at a much higher finish than that. But the match is now effectively over with the disappearance of the black.
66.
Indeed, James Cahill concedes. So Michael Holt makes an 89 break in the first frame. He wins the second, perhaps the most important frame on the pink, and follows up in the third with a break of 66. Michael Holt, a 3-0 winner over James Cahill. At the end of the first session, he will top the group with 4 points. We resume again here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester at 5 o'clock in pretty much an hour's time, almost to the dot. It will be Stephen Maguire against Liam Graham, an all-Scottish affair, kicking things off. Until then, from Stephen Hallworth, from Dominic Dale and from myself, Phil Yates, it's bye-bye.
What do you need to become a What do you need to become a champion?
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot bet again. Will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. This is the Mattioli Arena in the English city of Leicester. It's no stranger to staging pro snooker events and has become synonymous with the BetVictor Championship League. There's a similar connection involving a Q Sports festival in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Think that port city, think the richest tournament in pool, coming your way in 3 weeks' time.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king
biggest prize. The crown jewel of nine ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Can't wait for the title defence of Fedor Gorst. It all begins on July the 21st. But now the attention is squarely on snooker and Group 15, where Michael Holt tops the table, but Steve Maguire is looking favourite to reach Phase 2. Holt 4 points from 2 matches, Maguire a 3-1 win in his first, and if he were to beat Liam Graham here, he would be looking mighty good. So it's Maguire against Graham, the all-Scottish clash to start things off. Then Graham stays on the table to take on James Cahill, and a match that looks like being the table decider, the group decider. Maguire against Michael Holt is our last offering of the day. Over on table 2, very tight, but right now, leading the way, it's Yao Peng Cheng, the rookie from China. If he were to beat Zhao Hanyang in his last match, maybe Yao would win the group. Of course, Liu Haoshan, with 2 matches to go against Zhao Hanyang and Jamie Jones, Liu could still justify top seeding and go into the second phase himself. We'll keep you right up to date with all of the happenings on both tables. Joining me for this one is Dominic Dale, and I think it's fair to say, Dom, Maguire would like to replicate the form he showed in his first match against James Cahill. Lost the first frame, but then made breaks of 99, 119 and 59 to come through with flying colours.
Yes, absolutely. Steve Maguire, a really great player, technically fantastic, long-time practice partner in his earlier professional days with Stephen Hendry. Learnt a lot, I'm sure, from Stephen Hendry, one of the game's true greats. But Steve Maguire, multi-ranking event winner. And a good start here, I think, would really settle him down, and he takes some stopping. A clear favourite to win this group, I feel. Although Michael Holt will have plenty to say about that. All Glaswegian clash, this one. Liam Graham, just 20 years old. Lost in the final of the shootout last season. What a match it was in that final. Just 1 ball away from lifting his first ranking event title. But just lost out to Tom Ford by 31 points to 28. That red was very straight, had to play it with a lot of bottom and left-hand side. To come off the side cushion and towards the black, played it beautifully. So Steve Maguire first in here.
8.
Using that new cue you told us about, Dom, and he seemed to get a lot into the cue ball there. A lot of action into it. They have played before, these two. Maguire won 4-1. It was in the last 64 of the British Open last season.
Oh, see Maguire 9.
Well, that was disappointing.
5. Liam Graham.
Yes, he just didn't cannon the 2 reds the way he thought he would. But I've definitely noticed differences in the way the balls are playing now upon this table, because the humidity is beginning to kick in. Players are not able to control the cue ball from long range the way they were in the first match. One shot I particularly remember is a shot that Michael Holt played in his match with James Cahill. Tried to, I beg your pardon, it was with Liam Graham actually. He tried to pot a long straight red, hold for a colour, and the cue ball just ran through and off. Oh, that's a good pot from Liam. Nicely on the black. Great chance here. Him to score well. 4 reds in open play. Doesn't need to go into the pack just yet.
I know you just mentioned the shootout. It was a strange psychological ending that for Graham, because going there, if you'd said you're going to be in the final, he would have gladly accepted that. But the way things transpired, really he should have won. And those extra ranking points and the kudos of being a ranking winner, they would have been gold dust. So he left there. He should have been feeling on top of the world. He left there, no doubt, with huge regret.
Yes, very bittersweet, I'm sure. It would have taken quite a long time to get over that defeat. I'm sure if he were to cast his mind back to the way that match panned itself out in the final there, it'll still bring back bitter memories. Far too much pace into that blue has resulted in the cue ball overrunning by probably 1.5 foot, if I'm honest. Does the red closest to the cue ball cut in past the black?
You employ the phrase bittersweet. It was pretty much bitter last week in 2 qualifying matches for Liam Graham, beaten 5-3 by Michael Holt to go to Wuhan, beaten 4-2 by David Lilley to go to Cheltenham for the British Open. So, rocked on his heels already this season.
28.
There you go, he just didn't quite get the amount of backspin that he expected to there, and that's why he just fractionally overcut the red. It just rattled off the top jaw, and that's just the ever-changing conditions. It's extremely hot outside in the mid-30s, so the overtime works by the air conditioning units within the building here is causing a lot of humidity, I feel now. It's causing playing conditions to change hour by hour.
That's the savvy shot of a man who's been at the top of the game for, well, more than a decade or two.
But is there a gap through between green and blue?
Or maybe not so savvy. I just assumed the cover was guaranteed. It was not.
What? What?
2 chances have amounted to 34 points. Against opposition like Maguire, not good enough.
got to trust to a little bit of good running there, Stephen, for a chance to be on a colour, but he isn't. Furthermore, he'd love to be able to play a safety shot off the black to bring it into play, but he can't see it. He could conceivably cut the green in, but I don't know they'd want to take the risk.
See Maguire one.
The opening frame on the other table is going to be over very swiftly. Yu Hao Shan will take the first against Zhao Hanyang. He's just missed a black, but he leads by 76 points to 0. So it is officially 1-0.
Well, that was a little unfortunate from Leon Graham's point of view, but I've noticed throughout the day so far he has caught a lot of his safety shots on the thick side. Stevens judged the positional aspect of that shot pretty well. Can drop the blue in, he'll probably just flick off the pink, but with reds close to both corner pockets, he's almost assured of being on his next red. I may be wrong, Phil.
Well, you did say almost to cover yourself, Dom. So, positionally unlucky for the second time in the frame. I suppose you could say third time unlucky, because on one occasion he flicked off the pack and went in off.
Does still have a potable red or two to the yellow pocket or the left centre. But with that red near the right corner, you'll have to be pretty careful here not to leave that on. He could pot this red to the left centre and hide it behind the green and the black. Chosen not to, though. Well, surely there isn't another gap between green and black this time, is there?
Graham's second look, I think he retains interest.
Oh, that's terrific misfortune from Steve Maguire's point of view. If there is a gap, it's extraordinary. Surely this red isn't potable, is it? Wow, there you go.
And a miss.
And all of a sudden Steve Maguire will be absolutely delighted that there may have been a gap between the two balls there, but look at where the cue ball's finished. Now Stephen could exercise his right to put Leon Graham back in here. If he doesn't do so, he'll have to take this red on, and it's very missable from so close to the baulk cushion.
Yes, and black now in mid-table, so jeopardy increased. Willed that one in. And at the very least, at the end of this visit, he should be nicely in front.
7.
Thought Stephen may have left himself on the pink there in such a way as to bring that red off the side cushion near the left-hand centre pocket, but he won't be doing it now. Thought it would be a good idea because not only may have been on that red, there's always a chance he could have left the red next to the yellow potable. Now maybe he could play the red nearest the left corner now and try and develop that run that's near the centre pocket. I'm surprised he's looking at this one. Four points the advantage, 10 with the pink. So we'll need all 3 of the remaining reds. Again, he could exercise his right to cannon that red into play, the one near the centre pocket again, because he does need it.
Two.
Do like the way he's queuing though, and I think he seems
26.
Quite happy with this cue, Dom. That's for him a massive thing.
That hasn't worked out too badly. He can cut the pink in. I don't think he's hindered by the black. Can play a delicate cannon into that red, but mustn't take his eye off the pot on the pink.
It's not ideal, but when you've got a shot like that, you can't complain about the end result there. 22 in front. Just a couple of pots away, maybe. After playing it like that, there's more life in the frame.
33.
Had the presence of mind to get a guaranteed snooker if he were to miss, but I'm still surprised he missed anyway.
I think he felt that was in. That's a heavy swerve around the brown, no guarantee of position, but he needs to just pot the red. Oh dear, didn't swerve it enough.
Yes, and although Maguire is in the ascendancy, where the colours are, he won't be feeling bulletproof here. Far from it.
The shot Stephen would like to play could involve the red cannoning into the green, which he doesn't want to happen. He's guaranteed a good cue ball here, but you may have to play a rather complicated shot to get the red safe as well. No, just try to use the black as a snookering ball, and he's played it very well. Do think that that is a snooker, just about.
Well, well, well. That is just cruel from Maguire's perspective. Compliment returned.
Amazing. I was just thinking, with Liam's previous shot there, had that cue ball just run on an extra 3 or 4 millimetres, Steve Maguire would have had a very tough escape as it was. He's able to play the shot that he did. It would have been a good one anyway without the snooker, but now it's like being a frame winner.
Well, that attempt was
5, Steve Maguire.
awful. No other word to describe it. Didn't have line or length.
Put it back.
Foul and a miscall. Maguire had to have that back. No other logical decision out there. By the way, while John Pellew is putting the cue ball back in its original position, I can tell you, Liu Haoshan steaming to a 2-0 lead over Zhao Hanyang. Well, look on the bright side, at least he didn't leave a free ball. As fluke snookers go, this is a pretty cruel one.
Yes, Liam's problem here is that he's queuing over the yellow in and out of bulk, and as you can see, the red is a long way behind him, so he's just got to judge where the red is. He can't see it in his eye line. Caught the knuckle with the cue ball. This will be a free ball, and that will be end of frame very shortly.
4. 3 ball. Blue ball.
If you had one of those fluke snookers in every frame you play on the tour, tell you what, you'd earn a few quid.
One.
Everything suggests Maguire's going to take some stopping.
8.
Liu Haoshan, by the way, winning that second frame against Zhao Hanyang with a break of 80.
14. 16. 19. 23.
In escaping from a fluked snooker, Steve Maguire fluked one of his own. That was the pivotal moment. After that, the frame went away from Liam Graham. Maguire leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. the crown jewel of nine ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where Zhao Hanyang, a rookie professional from China, hoping to make some kind of impact on this match against Liu Haoshan. Tried to go into them there, but was just a little too narrow. Liu Haoshan has blitzed through the first couple of frames, and if he were to win this match, either 3-0 or 3-1, after starting out with a 2-all draw against Yao Pen Cheng, he's right back in this. Not inconceivable, actually, that this could be one of those groups that comes down to the high break. And right now, Liu, with that break of 80 in the second frame, is in pole position in that regard. You know, when you look down the career of Stephen Maguire, it's been a really good one. 6 world ranking titles, European Open and UK Championship in 2004, Northern Ireland Open 2007, then 2008 he beat Sean Murphy in the final of the China Open, climbed to number 2 in the world rankings. And of course in 2020 he was the Tour Championship winner. Of late, the glory days have been quite rare, but we've seen a lot of good signs today, although there, to leave the red over the middle pocket, that would be a little galling.
Well, I think that's 3 blues off the spot that I've seen Liam Graham miss so far today. Trying to go into the reds, seems to be just taking his eye off the shot, or not striking them well at pace. But he's got another chance here. That's not the best safety from Stephen Maguire. Don't think the green will come to his rescue. Do you know it has? That cue ball just kept running and running. It's ended up being a very effective safety.
We were just talking about those Maguire triumphs. Also won smaller events like the Lisbon Open in Portugal, World 6 Reds Championship 2019, helped Scotland to win the World Cup. But it doesn't matter what you do in terms of the career CV, you are powerless against a fluke.
Graham.
Wow, that was a little clumsy, if I'm honest. Stephen can clearly get through to the red above the pink and the black. I beg your pardon, the blue and the black. Could even attempt the pots here, try to screw back for a bulk colour. Oh, played it confidently, held for the black. It must just pop past the blue. What a wonderful pot that was.
Yeah, could not agree more, and technically that was beautiful because he kept his head so still, delivered the cue with great authority. I think there are some really encouraging signs here for the many fans of Stephen Maguire who know just how good he is.
choice of blue or black, so chose the blue because it had a bit of an angle on it. The black was very straight, and that's worked out very nicely.
6.
Well, he certainly earned this opportunity. It was a lovely red to get in with. Now, we mentioned this new cue of Steve Maguire's. It actually belongs to a friend of his. People that know Steve Maguire as well as I do, he doesn't tend to like these polychromatic cues. He just likes a simple, basic ebony and ash cue, Stephen. Whenever he has a cue made, it's always a rather simple affair.
Does seem in tune with it though, as we were mentioning earlier. It was only an inspired performance by Marco Fu that saw him defeated in the British Open qualifiers last week.
I had a couple of shots with the cue earlier actually. It's a very, very strong shafted cue. It's a very heavy shaft as well. It feels very forward balanced, but you know, Stephen, strangely enough, did say to me, he says, I'm not going to keep this cue, but I don't know if that was tongue-in-cheek. I really feel that this cue is very suited to his style of play, and he ought not to change it.
Well, if he keeps winning and he jettisons the cue, that doesn't make sense.
Well, he did brilliantly in the Welsh Open last season. What did he do? Changed his cue?
.36.
In the history of world ranking event snooker, which began in 1974, only 15 players have won more titles than Maguire. He's tied 16th on the all-time list.
43.
Alongside Annie Carter and a couple of former world champions, Ken Doherty and Stuart Bingham. Oh, found an unwanted gap.
48.
Well, this is where Stephen will use all his experience now. He has a lead of 46 points. He has a chance to just flick a red towards the side cushion, get the cue ball back in bulk. The only problem is, if he plays this red to the side cushion, the red below it becomes pottable. So he needs a good cue ball. I could only call that reasonable.
1. Wrong ball.
If Maguire can win this frame, he would join Michael Holt at the top of the table as he gets too much zip into the white, arced outside of the 3 reds he tried to make contact with.
Six.
That was a funny old reaction.
I don't think he envisaged that red going anywhere near the corner pocket, but look at the secondary red that's finished right next to the centre pocket. So 52 points ahead. If he can knock in a good yellow, the frame's at his mercy. That straightforward red over the pocket would be all he needs, and I don't fancy him to miss this yellow. Oh, but he has.
See, Maguire, 6.
But look at the position of the reds, just this simple one over the middle pocket for Liam Graham. The other 3 are rather awkwardly positioned. And with a 52 points deficit, it's too risky to go into the reds from a red, because he needs a colour.
1. Seven. 8.
Positionally, pink is the better ball, but it's very missable. Black's far too straight.
15. Liam Graham, 15.
A sign of the experience of Steve Maguire there, choosing to leave that red near the side cushion, even though playing that red that's close to the green was tricky. His cue ball's carrying a lot of pace. He's left the red on. That's all that Stephen requires to extend his lead to 2-0.
Yes, and on this kind of cueing shot all day, Maguire's been pretty reliable. Almost gifted Liam Graham 7 points.
Well, for me, Liam Graham must attempt this red to the centre pocket, because the black is waiting for him. And from the black he could easily get onto the remaining red just above it. Being 1-0 behind and 37 points behind, you can't turn these down. Yeah, well played. And he is on the black, and he has a chance now. A good one.
soon as the red was in motion, you knew it had been overcut. Not playing well, Graham, but still no cause for shouldering arms. He's still in there with a chance. Of course, if he were to lose this frame, he, like James Cahill, would fall out of contention to top the group.
This red is cuttable, and it's all that Steve Maguire requires with the addition of pretty much any colour. Side against it. Hang on, where's this red going to finish? If it keeps running, it's in. Oh dear, dear. Left it.
And the only positive about that, the brown and the green going quite close together.
Oh, that's a problem from Liam Graham's point of view. He's 28 points behind now. He's spotted that red. Need to colour, otherwise snookers will be required.
In that circumstance, perhaps his best shot of the day. Excellent.
6.
Let me quickly tell you, Xiao Han Yang has pulled a frame back against Liu Hao Shan. It's 2-1 to Liu on table 2.
Liam Graham, 8.
This green is definitely potable to the right corner. He can play the cue ball around the angles for position on the brown. He's had a look at the potting angle, so that suggests that he is about to take it on.
Maguire 21 in front. So in terms of leaving his opponent requiring a snooker, only one pot away. But doing exactly the right thing in staying patient.
Be disappointed not to get the cue ball in behind the brow, but I'm sure his intention was there to cannon the blue in the hope that he could knock it to a cushion. It's probably more difficult there than it was.
Thank you. Foul 4.
Well, the referee did not see that, but Liam Graham owned up to a foul shot. He said he touched the brown. And that is 4 important points, because now the difference is 25 with 25 on. Good sportsmanship from young Graham. course, owning up to a foul is nothing new in snooker. That is the recognised etiquette, but we should never take it for granted.
No, absolutely. It's something we pride ourselves on. In our sport, it's always been there. There are exceptions, of course, there would be in any sport, but by and large, the etiquette expressed by just about every player on the tour is without fault. Green so close to being a fluke, but I'm sure Liam Graham can get between the pink and the blue to pot it. Can he get position on the brown? Just needs to be careful of that left-hand centre pocket if he tries to come around. Well, he's avoided that. Is he on the brown? Not really. He could attempt the pot. It will cut in to the yellow pocket. He can stun the cue ball down for position on the blue.
Always difficult, that shot, especially into a baulk pocket. So throughout this frame, Maguire has looked like the more likely winner, but he's yet to get over the hump. Now what a chance to maybe force the first respotted black of the tournament.
Not easy to get onto the blue. He'll have to go closer, cannoning into the pink here, I feel. Oh, he's missed the brown. Too much eye on the positional cannon, perhaps. Where's this cue ball going to finish? Well, it hasn't resulted in a snooker and a chance for Steve Maguire. One good clean pot now. This is a type of ball that he's very good at normally, and he can just commit to one pot without having to worry about the positional aspect.
Yes, there was a degree of inevitability about that. And now Liam Graham needs a couple of snookers.
Steve Maguire, 4.
Well, you can't fault Graham's enterprise and fight. But I think he's tilting at windmills. He thinks that as well. And so Stephen Maguire takes a 2-0 lead after losing his first frame of the day to James Cahill. That is 5 on the trot for the former UK champion. Stephen Maguire 1 frame away from retaking top spot in Group 15 of the BetVictor Championship League.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize. The crown jewel of nine ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back, everyone. Stephen Maguire not scoring heavily in this contest so far, but he's doing a lot of good stuff. Also having a little bit of run at the right time, and Liam Graham unable to get going. Consequently, the scoreline reads 2-0. If Maguire were to win this frame, he would leave himself requiring only a draw against Michael Holt in the last match of the day to make it into phase 2. To be strictly accurate, if you were to win one of the next 2 frames and then draw against Michael Holt, that would be okay. He misjudged that, so fortune again on his side.
Certainly no easy pot for Liam Graham to attempt, but he may decide to bring a few reds into play here. Something you'll often do when you're facing a 2-0 deficit and at the point of no return. But controlled that very nicely. And because he's opened a few more reds into play, it puts a lot more pressure on the snooker escape here for Steve Maguire. And always a good sign when you don't see Steve Maguire just come off a cushion with pace and hope for the best, which he quite often does.
Yeah, he's associated with that hit and hope shot. In fact, they call it to Maguire, don't they? Maybe now he wishes he'd done that.
Six. Seven.
The red closest to the cue ball is the easiest one to get onto. Could do with this cue ball running on a little bit. Oh, does he have an angle on the red? Although these reds have been manoeuvred into play a little bit, they are rather covering one another for now.
Liam Graham, 18.
Just not scoring, and when you don't do that, the chances of winning against high-level opposition with bits and pieces, the chances are very small. Now there's that shot you were talking about with Michael Holt earlier this afternoon, indicative of changing conditions. Had that been in Maguire's first match today against James Cahill, he would have held the cue ball with something to spare.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Humidity just causes the spin to be taken off the cue ball as it travels down the table. What began as a shot played with backspin becomes a shot played with stun run through.
I've had a good chat with Alan McManus about conditions on many occasions, and he's insistent that the best conditions come, and I'm sure you'd agree, Dom, when it's cold outside and also dry. That's one of the reasons I think we've seen so many great performances in those Chinese ranking events that are held in the north of the country in either late autumn or winter. Now, if he was the champion of selective thought process, he would be moaning he's got no position. But of course, he's not that one-eyed. What a fluke.
Absolutely, because just look at the abundance of reds that he potentially left for his opponent. Had that red not fallen. Now is he steeling himself to attempt the green? No, just played a good cue ball.
Everything about Maguire today has impressed me. Okay, he's not playing a scintillating match here, but the attitude is right. Not that he's gained anything from that shot selection, but at least he went for the percentage ball to give himself the best chance. It was just the execution, not the choice, that let him down.
Five. Six.
Played the brown excellently. That was a nice crisp pot on the red, but could have done with that cue ball just running on an extra couple of inches. He's very straight on the blue now. Because of the pink being up towards bulk and the black near the left-hand side cushion, there's no easy colour to get onto now. But still, he has a very useful lead.
Graham, 11.
Oh, that's a calamitous error, because in missing the red, he's brought the black into play, plus he's left Steve Maguire with a very makeable pot with the rest. 36 points advantage could quickly disappear now.
One.
short of pace.
8.
That leads to awkward queuing. Wanted to play either one of the two reds to the top right, but the red closest to the side cushion preventing that.
Stephen Maguire, 8.
Cued it well, but not quite well enough.
Come off the side cushion here and cannon the red that's next to the green, back down the table, keep the cue ball in bulk. It's a lucky day, good fluke of snooker, unless you can see the red directly, which he could. And that's very useful. He's brought a tricky red into play, he's brought the brown into play, plus he's played a very effective safety there. He'll need to be very careful here. He's avoided the double kiss, but where's this red going?
Textbook shot to nothing.
1.
But he does have something. The pink to middle pressure ball. If this goes in, there's a new favourite in the frame.
Excellently cued by Stephen, but not ideally on his next red. The one to the left of the cue ball that's parallel to it is probably the one that he'll try and cut back into the left-hand corner. No. It's a bit of a struggle out there, isn't it? That's finished rather awkwardly. Good straight cueing required here. No. No.
Graham, 1.
Did seem to get down on that shot rather quickly. Stephen could just screw back 6 inches or so, leave himself high on the black. He could cannon the red that's closest to the black, bring it into play and leave himself on the other red. Now he's overscrewed that by several inches, and again that's humidity. Whenever you're close to the object ball, humidity can cause that to happen.
Steve Maguire, 16.
Not fluent, but definitely focused, and that's, again, a good sign.
Stephen really is showing the virtuosity of patience during the course of this match. It's standing him in very good stead. This is a good cue ball, good pace.
Liam Graham doesn't have to worry about relegation from the Tour this season. Looked like he might lose his Tour card at the end of last season. Didn't get into the top 64, but he did enough to be in the top 4 players in terms of ranking points earned last season who weren't in the 64 to maintain his place on the Tour. So this is his 3rd season now as a Tour member, and that cue ball has come to rest in the worst place possible for Stephen Maguire. Who would have thought he could have nailed a fluke snooker like that, Graham? Oh, that was very good from Maguire. Now Mark Selby, the maestro of that kind of shot, would have been proud of that one.
Very difficult to judge in conditions like this where cue ball is prone to coming off the cushion rails at all kinds of differing paces due to the humidity. And now Stephen has a great chance to get the cue ball in behind green and brown on the bulk cushion to potentially snooker his opponent. Misjudged though. Oh, again, look where the cue ball's finished. How fortunate.
One of those matches where they've both had a good sequence of luck. Bridging over, that was a terrific shot. Acknowledged by Maguire.
What a fast bounce off the cushion. Look where the cue ball's finished. This is very tough. No. I think he's gesturing there with his hand that the cue ball deviated from its true course, which is very possible, but it did. Look how costly that could be. Steve Maguire coming to the table just 7 points behind. With a chance to win frame and match here.
Yeah, getting 2 reds, 2 blacks would be useful because then he would not need the awkward pink.
8.
finished beautifully for Steve
16.
Maguire. If you can just play a pure screw back here, come right across the brown for position on the green. That's exactly what he's played.
18.
Yeah, and given these heavy conditions, he's doing really well. The amount of work he's getting in to the cue ball is admirable.
$21.
Ordinarily, you play the brown plain ball off the baulk cushion, back over towards the blue, but the pink's in the way, so he'll have to play a stun shot off 2 cushions here.
And this is the kind of frame and match ball you want. Should be a formality. Indeed it is, and with the disappearance of the blue, Liam Graham straight out of his chair to concede. And so, Stephen Maguire wins by 3 frames to 0. That's 6 frames of the winning variety on the trot for him today. He moves to the top of the table. Next up, in what should be a third place playoff maybe, it is Liam Graham again against a man who can't qualify now from the group because he's got no wins and he's out of contention completely. James Cahill.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Good afternoon and an extremely warm welcome back to day one of the BetVictor Championship League here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Group 15, our feature group here on table one. Bubbling up nicely actually, Stephen Maguire sitting at the top of the table quite comfortably. 2 matches played, 2 matches won. He is in pole position. However, all is not lost and all is still to play for. Remember, there's prize money on offer for all the placings here. Apart from the last place in the group, James Cahill taking on Liam Graham here.
Liam Graham to break.
£2,000 for second place, £1,000 for third place, and unfortunately no prize money and no ranking points for bottom position in the group. So all very much to play for, and Dominic Dale alongside me for this one as well. And what a attacking break off that was from Liam Graham. You don't often see the red spread that far and wide from the opening shot, but he's got a very good cue ball as well.
Yeah, I think the way this has gone for Liam Graham today, he's probably thoroughly fed up. I don't think James Cahill's too far behind him. I have a feeling this could be rather an attacking match.
But yeah, let's not forget those placings, you know, still very much up for grabs. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my math says if Liam Graham wins this game and Michael Holt loses his next game, it will go to the count back, and there's still a potential that Liam Graham can get second place in this group with a high break. So, you know, if you'd have said to him there's a chance of that still and the £2,000 that come with it, I'm not sure he'd be playing too many break-offs like that.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's important for all the players to be aware of their positions in the group and what's still possible. Because of that draw with Michael Holt, at least he's got something out of the group.
Yeah, James Cahill's fate is pretty much sealed, and he knows exactly what he's got to do. If he loses this match, he will finish bottom and head home with nothing. If he wins it, at least he'll take something from today. But it's been a real struggle for James Cahill. I thought he looked really quite in the mood this morning. The first frame against Steve Maguire, he made a brilliant clearance actually to win the first frame, but then Maguire just found another gear, and since then it's all been pretty bleak. But, well, this start to this frame has been pretty bleak. Meanwhile, over on table 2, Liu Haoshan was in a commanding position in this match, 2-0 up, out the blocks like a train. If he'd have said that this match had the potential to go the distance, you wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Hanyang clinging on in there. Table 2, as always, available over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. There's a lot of snooker to be played over the coming weeks, isn't there, Dom? Plenty of action to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. Group winners go through to phase 2 of the event, which is played over 21 days in total from start to finish. So there's plenty of snooker potentially to be played by anybody that can find their A game and keep getting through the group stages. With £33, I think it's a bit more than that, £33,000 on offer, potentially, to the person that wins the whole event. Yes, for £33, I don't think you'd bother turning up. But of course, every pound that you win in prize money equates to ranking points. This is the ranking event version of the BetVictor Championship League, so it's a tournament of significance, to say the least.
14.
So Liam Graham in with a
15.
decent chance now. One thing that's just slightly let him down so far today is his cue ball control. When he's got in amongst them, he's just asked himself one too many questions, and that was another example of it. An elementary red screwing up for the blue, landing too close, too thin, unable to control the white. And he's got this tricky little cut back into the middle pocket. Dealt with nicely.
21. Green ball. $24. $25.
Like to see it very much. We have some. Thank you.
Table 2 has finally come to a conclusion. Liu Haoshan coming out a 3-1 victor over Zhao Hanyang.
$31. Liam Graham, 31.
He'll be disappointed there, Liam Graham, because the previous positional shot went astray. Tried to hold the pink spot with the cue ball so that the pink would therefore go onto the brown spot. Again, signs of the humidity. The cue ball ran through. The pink was able to be respotted, and it snookered his intended next red.
That was a very nice pop from James Cahill. Nicely controlled the cue ball. Just wonder if he'll go into that little cluster of 4 now. Try and get them into play. Well, he tried it. Didn't quite get the purchase on the cue ball that he intended to.
8.
I must say it's incredibly warm in this arena, and just been having a little practice myself on the tables, and it's very, very warm, very sticky out there, and that does affect how the balls move and how the tables play. It can be quite tough. This game's tough at the best of times. We've picked the wrong sport for a day like today, Dom.
8.
Yeah, as you were speaking there, I was just thinking in times gone by, the attitude that players had back in the sort of 1960s and 70s, you know, people like Fred Davis and John Pulman, they just refused to play in the summer. I remember Fred Davis famously declining his invitation to try and retain the World Billiards Championship because they wanted to play it in the summer, and he wouldn't play in the summer. So he just declined the invitation. That was the players trains of thought back then. They just didn't want to play snooker in the summer. Just wanted the season to start when ordinarily it would, in September or October. And they just looked upon it primarily as a winter sport that concluded in the spring. What surprised me here, because I've spoken to most of the players, certainly in this group anyway, this group 15, and as far as I'm aware, certainly 3 of the 4 players are playing with titanium ferrules, and it's something that seems to be more commonplace now within our sport. Players are doing away with the traditional brass ferrules and playing with the titanium ferrules, and I've never been a fan of them, I have to say. And I just wonder if conditions are like they are here, very humid, titanium being much denser than brass, whether it's causing them problems getting the spin on the cue ball, I don't know, but it's something I personally feel is the case.
Well, plenty of errors from both. I think it's quite clear to see how they're going to approach this game. It's going to be all-out attack. But unfortunately, not much is going in currently. Nice pot from James, but far from an inviting table to come to. The 2 reds up in baulk by the green are surely going to cause some problems. 2 reds beneath the pink aren't too bad. They'll both pot to the left corner, or at least the bottom one will, which will release the next. James Cahill, not currently a member of the professional tour, competing in this event as a Q School top-up player. Finished 21st on the order of merit that's run from that event. So there's going to be a lot of Q School top-ups on display. Of course, James has tasted success on the World Snooker Tour, famously down the rocket in round 1 in Sheffield at the Crucible.
Yeah.
So key shot coming up now, looking for an angle probably on the blue to try and get into that
16.
cluster of reds and green.
Cahill 21.
Took a risk. Playing that safety shot with that much pace. Very difficult to not bring at least one of the 2 reds into play. And you have left that one potable. Oh, and that's a decent cannon from the brown. Don't know if that red will pass the green into the corner pocket. If it does, there's a chance you could get onto it. Oh, he's played for it into the yellow pocket. Needed to avoid the cannon on the green. He can still pop this red. Useful lead of 11 points. He won't need the awkward pink.
Six. Eleven. 13.
So this green to take him over the winning line. And in it goes.
16.
Just wants to make sure of this brown. Oh, and it just wriggled in. You often see that early on
25.
in events when the cloth is brand new, that they just slip in off the jaws. In a couple of weeks' time you won't see that, but there's the concession from James Cahill. So it's Liam Graham who draws first blood here in Group 15. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to Leicester. It's Liam Graham who has taken the opening frame here on table 1 against James Cahill. 1-0 he leads in a match that really is just playing for placings. It's been a tough day at the office for James Cahill, competing here as a Q School top-up. 2 matches played, 2 matches lost. Liam Graham, however, did manage to salvage a draw from Michael Holt earlier from 2-0 down to keep his hopes alive of some prize money from today. He's made the better start of the 2, although it wasn't much to write home about in that opening frame. It was slightly disjointed, plenty of errors from both.
What?
The pair have met on just the one previous occasion in a professional match back in 2022 in round 1 at the UK Championship. That went the way of James Cahill, 6 frames to 2. I'm sure they'd have met on the amateur circuit. But this is one of the battles of this particular format here at Championship League, with it being the group, you're guaranteed to play 3 matches in a day, and if you get off to a bad start as James Cahill did, you can quite often feel a little bit dejected.
7.
Of course, you come here wanting to win your group. The aim is to win your group, book your place into phase 2. Anything else other than that feels like a disappointing day, but there are a lot worse things you could be doing than still have the chance to earn the sort of prize money that is on offer.
I think it's also worth mentioning there's a lot of hanging around to be done here as well in between your matches, and it's so warm in the players' lounge, it's easy to become very tired and lethargic.
Yeah, especially when the dessert fridge is just stocked to the max with red velvets and donuts and pastries.
15.
It's hard to keep your discipline upstairs, isn't it, Dom?
What's a red velvet? I thought it was a slipper.
Not where I'm from.
It's a drink, isn't it? It's a cocktail. No, I know there are some beautiful delights. What did I have earlier? Banana and custard. There's Eton mess. There's strawberries and cream because Wimbledon started today. Yes, it's very easy to put weight on and sometimes just eat through sheer boredom. Now is James on this red? It doesn't look as though he is. He could play a delicate swerve to try and make the potting angle. That's what he's looking at, but if he plays that, maybe he'll have to forego position to a colour.
Jessica, 22.
Well, the safety shot from James looked to have opened up an opportunity for Liam Graham. Overcuts the red to left corner. So immediately back in. Although he would have loved to have avoided that red. A little cannon to it. The blue shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it's certainly worth
11.
James Cahill keeping his focus and concentration here, because if he can get something out this match, who knows, the highest break may come into the equation for the lower positions in the group. And James Cahill has an opportunity here to score handsomely.
Yes. 18.
For whatever reason, Championship League snooker often offers up a litany of high scoring. I think back to earlier on in the year, the invitational version of this, Jack Jones actually set a world record, didn't he, for the most amount of century breaks in a single event. Don't know what it is about Championship League. Perhaps the fact that you're playing matches all day, there's a number of matches to get through, a number of frames, the atmosphere perhaps all adds to it. Usually really high scoring. It's not quite been that level today.
24.
I do believe James has been a little unfortunate there. There's a chance of a plant. He's looking at them. Big shot to take on. If he misses it and leaves a chance for his opponent, that lead that he's amassed could quickly disappear.
James Cahill 24.
So the lead 46, although should Liam Graham get the chance, it's a pretty good one. Just got to be patient. Doesn't need to push the boat out too much, Liam Graham. Just try and back James into a corner and hope that that will present an opportunity.
That was a super long red
What?
from Liam Graham. Now he's lining up this yellow, wasting no time in getting down to it. Oh, good pot. And now he's right in amongst them with a chance to do something about that 40-odd points deficit that he has.
Well, considering some of the balls that have been missed in this game so far, that was an incredible long red that he's just knocked in.
Seems to have done something to himself. I've no idea what. Oh, he's banged his knee on the table probably. They're very heavy, this Rasson tables. They're pretty much twice as heavy as the star table. He must have banged his knee on the table leg or something. He'll be okay, he's young enough.
11.
Played a little bit of a loose one there, though. This red is quite tricky now. Yeah, that was such a poor shot that Liam Graham played from the black. He had so much room to play into anywhere but on the cushion, and he was absolutely perfect. As he limps back to his seat, already in trouble in this second frame. James Cahill looking to put the finishing touches to it.
Seven. Fourteen. 15. 20. James Cahill, 20.
Well, 55 points the difference, 51 available, so every reason for Liam Graham to come back to the table. Just the one snooker to tie. If he can take blacks with these reds. Oh, but that's a fantastic pot, and the concession comes immediately from Liam Graham. So we are going to see all 4 frames here on table 1. James Cahill levelling things up. It's 1 frame all.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to Leicester. It's 1 frame apiece here on our feature table between James Cahill and Liam Graham. 1 frame all very much to play for. As we've mentioned, there's still prize money up for grabs here at the BetVictor Championship League. Placings and prize money for 3rd place and 2nd place. The winner of the group will progress to phase 2, where they'll contest for a final winner's place into the final staging to finally crown our BetVictor Championship League champion. Of course, Ali Carter is the defending champion, beat Jackson Page here in the final last season. We're so used to this event being the first event of the campaign as well, but that's not been the case this year. We've had 2 big qualifiers already last week in this very arena, so a lot of the players come here match sharp and raring to go. Little exchange between the 2 players. I think Liam Graham just injured himself in the last frame, and it's not something you often hear from a game of snooker. It's by any means a contact sport, but I think Liam Graham made contact with his knee on the side of this table and limped his way out the arena. But it's 1 frame all, and as I say, all to play for.
Touching board would be handy, but it isn't. Got to hide that red near the corner pocket. No easy task. Has he left a gap, I wonder? Well, I think there is a gap between blue and yellow, but this red could be extremely straight. Easy to pot and follow in with the red. Oh, avoided that. He's got some sort of position on the black, but he's going to have to dig down into the cue ball here to cannon those 4 reds just above the black. Does he feel he can avoid the cannon on the 4 reds? Surely not. Oh, that's a good pot. Now he's on a red to the centre. I think he may be. He'd be delighted.
Yeah, he's played that very, very confidently, hasn't he, James? No fear sort of shot. Knew the cue ball was going through the reds, just had to commit to the black.
9.
Now he's earned an early chance in this 3rd frame. Zhao Hang Yang, meanwhile, over on table 2, has taken the opening frame against fellow countryman Yao Peng Cheng. That being the penultimate match as well. But James Cahill missing the black off the dot. a crime at this level.
Yeah, it's played it with top and left-hand side, and it just caused the cue ball to be thrown off its true course. I don't know how long James has had this new cue for, but it has a titanium ferrule. I don't know if it's something that he's having to get used to, or whether he's played with a titanium ferrule for long enough, because they do play differently to the brass.
Yeah, it's something I myself have experimented with in recent weeks. When I lost in the World Championships to Anthony Hamilton, I had a new cue made from David Coates, a one piece with a titanium as well, and I must say I couldn't believe the difference between that and my old cue 3/4 with a brass ferrule. The first week I was absolutely all over the shop. I didn't have a clue where to aim, but it's amazing how quickly you pick it up and
16.
How much more accurate the cue feels. Your eyes and brain seem to adjust accordingly, and I can see why a lot of players are making the change.
It's a one-piece cue that you're using now, isn't it? Yeah, your previous one was a 3/4. Yeah, I remember it was very springy, your old cue, I think, Stephen. It was a horrendous thing. But you're right. I mean, Dave Coates is a wonderful cue maker.
24.
I'll never forget the comment from one of the top coaches in the game, Chris Henry. He had a little few shots with it at the World Championship qualifiers. I think it was last season or the year before. He had a couple of shots, and his opinion of my old cue was that would make some good firewood. I knew then I had to make some changes. But I think as snooker players, stubborn snooker player that we all are, it's difficult to accept that maybe you need change, particularly when you've used equipment, you know, your whole life really.
Oh, he's found the pocket, just didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball. Yeah, I think the classic example of that is the cue that Stephen Hendry was bought for his 13th birthday. It was a Powerglide Connoisseur, and he chose it. It was in a rack in the club. Well, not a rack, a display case. And he chose it because it was the prettiest cue in there. And the Powerglide Connoisseur that Stephen won all his 7 world titles with is undoubtedly one of the prettiest cues around. But it was very, very springy. And I had shots with it, you know, in the early or mid-90s. And I remember how springy the cue was. It was very, very slender in the shaft. And it was something that only he could get used to. And when, of course, it was broken in 2003, coming back off a flight, he found all sorts of problems and issues trying to find anything that was remotely similar in the way it played.
Yeah, I suppose snooker's quite unique in that respect, isn't it? We don't have multiple cues when we're out there. You know, it's just the one cue. You get used to it. It almost becomes, you know, a third arm, another limb. You spend all day, all week practicing with it. You go out there, you travel the world with it. I don't know many players with a spare cue, or at least one that is identical to the one that they're using.
Yeah, lots of bespoke cue makers these days cut a board of ash, so you could technically have 2 cues made from the same board of ash. The problem being, though, one of those pieces of ash will be closer to the heart of the tree, so it could therefore be just a little firmer, stronger and stiffer than the one that's cut from the piece of timber just next to it, as we see this third frame that's still full of variety in terms of its lack of quality. It's always amazed me. I mean, if you go back, if you look at the history of golf, for instance, they used to use hickory shafted clubs, and of course it's progressed to steel and graphite and carbon fibre, same as tennis. I don't know why we still use wooden snooker cues with all those phenolic resins out there, that, or carbon fibres and graphites and things. If a tennis player smashes a racket, they can just pick another one up from their bag and it'll be identical. That's certainly not the case with wooden snooker cues.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make, actually, and we have seen players in recent years experiment with different materials. Anthony McGill, the first one that springs to mind, was it a carbon fibre cue he tried? Do you think it will ever make that transition to trying different materials out for snooker cue, or do you think we'll always be stuck in our ways with the wooden?
Well, we've moved from brass to titanium for the ferrules, and there's no doubt about it. In 9-ball pool, an American pool, that game played in its various formats, a lot of players are using carbon fibre shafted cues. There's no reason at all, in my opinion, why players can't prefer a carbon fibre cue. The problem is the ones that tend to be on offer these days aren't necessarily made or tapered like a traditional cue, snooker cue, and therefore they play slightly differently.
16.
Because obviously it's a very complex manufacturing process needed to mass produce these cues, and is there a big enough market in the game of snooker for these cues? Maybe not. And I think that's just why they tend to be made more for the pool player than the snooker player. But anyway, Liam Graham going along very nicely in this third frame, looking to regain the lead once more.
One.
Well, that was a very aggressive shot to take on from Liam Graham. Had the table fully under control prior to that ludicrous shot selection there. Immediately presenting a chance, an absolute gift of a chance for James Cahill, which he just can't take.
One.
Well, that's worked out nicely, just recycled the red tied up next to the blue over this corner pocket. This red and one more high value colour will be enough for Liam Graham.
7.
Neither player yet to register a win today, but Liam Graham, the nod has come from James Cahill. They're going to set them up. Liam Graham in control, 2-1 up, one more frame to play. Can Liam Graham take the points, or will James Cahill salvage the draw? It's 2-1 Graham.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion. Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
On the scoreline here on our feature table at the BetVictor Championship League. Liam Graham leading James Cahill as James Cahill has a lash up in this fourth frame. Much to the delight of Liam Graham, needing it to guarantee himself at least £1,000 with the chance of possibly more depending on the result in the next game. Well, look at this for a frame, Dom. 2 shots in.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation for a referee, that, because technically, if you break off in that sort of fashion, you can be deemed to be not trying, and you can be warned for that, because it mustn't be forgotten that people do bet on matches, and you don't want to be seen to have had a bet on somebody that's made no effort at all. James has just... well, he's had a bad day, things haven't gone his way, and he's just a little fed up at the moment, but that can quickly change. If Liam were to make a mistake here and gift James an opportunity, you can bet your life he'd be trying then.
Seven. 8. Liam Graham 8.
Well, I've got no words, Dom. No words at all.
1.
Oh, quite simply, he didn't look at it. Just got down, played it, missed it. That must be very embarrassing. That's what I was saying a moment ago. You can bet your life that James Cahill will be putting in a bit more of an effort now, playing this with his opposite hand, and he's missed it.
James Cahill 5.
Well, that's often the case, isn't it? 2 players that know they can't contest this group in terms of winning it, at least.
1.
Just playing for the lower positions in the group. One of them, I think, will be the wooden spoonist, but which one will it be? Well, it's likely to be James Cahill, you'd suggest. Liam Graham having at least had a draw
4.
in his match with Michael Holt earlier on.
Liam Graham 4. 15. 16. 22. James Cahill, 22.
Well, just when you thought things were about to improve. The problem with snooker, it's a very tough sport. Every shot needs care and attention, and when you're not quite there in terms of your focus and concentration, you're likely to miss anything.
Liam Graham, 8. One. Six. Seven.
Well, on another day, this chance for James Cahill would be one you would certainly fancy him to take.
14.
Nothing safe. They're all there now. This frame has somehow managed to tidy itself
15.
up from the beginning.
Nearly.
21. 22. 29. 30.
Oh, that red was frame ball, and Liam comes to the table. He's not going to let James even finish that little contribution. Well, that match has finally come to an end, and it's ended in a 2-all draw. I think both players, they're smiling to one another, but they'll be far from pleased with their performances today. The match ends 2 each, and points are shared. Next up here on table 1, the final match of this Group 15, and it's going to be the group deciding game. It's Michael Holt taking on Steve Maguire. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I think we're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't actually working together.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Cahill Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
We are down to the decisive final match of the day. Liam Graham will be the third place finisher in Group 15. James Cahill will get the wooden spoon and 0 prize money. Graham qualifies for £1,000. Now, this match will determine who wins the group and advances to Phase 2 in a few weeks' time. Yes, Stephen Maguire is favoured because a win or a draw will be sufficient for him to top the table. But Michael Holt could still be the man, because if he were to win this, he would have 7 points to Maguire's 6. Plenty of meetings between these two, and you might be a little surprised to know the head-to-head is 5-5. And in fact, Michael Holt has won their 3 most recent meetings. First time they crossed cues, last 64 of the China Open, 26 years ago.
One.
That's a pretty authoritative start, Stephen.
Yeah, he overscrewed that initial red slightly, but it worked to his favour because he was absolutely A1 on that blue to attack that pack, and he couldn't have caught it any nicer. I suppose the only negative for him is that the pink and black have managed to find themselves out of commission, but look at the reds.
Seven.
I was chatting to Stephen while the previous match was in progress. We were outside in the lobby. He was trying to cool down. He had a cold towel on the top of his head. And he was saying just how conditions have deteriorated because of the heat as the day has gone on. He said when they started out this morning, the table was fine. That was the match against James Cahill when he made all those breaks.
Maguire 12.
But as the mercury has risen, the standard of playing conditions has fallen.
Yeah, it's just become so hot and humid and very sweaty out there, very sticky. With that added moisture in the atmosphere as well, it just means the table and the balls will react differently. It's amazing to think that the same table in the same arena on the same day can go from playing really well in the morning to not so well in the evening, but you know, the outside temperatures are completely out of the player's control, and I suppose that's where temperament comes into play with this game. You've got to be able to adapt quickly.
The most stark example of conditions changing in the same day I've ever encountered was in the Romanian Masters in Bucharest. They played all 4 quarter-finals on the same day, and the first couple were fine. Nothing untoward in the third, really, but by the time they got to the fourth, conditions were appalling. It was Neil Robertson against Anthony McGill, and it was so tough to make 30.
Yeah, it can get quite frustrating as a player out there when that happens, because you're not doing anything different. It's just, as I say, the balls and the table are just reacting slightly different, and can almost become very challenging to play this game. And then you start trying too hard, and the heat added with it, you become very hot and bothered, and that's where you can see a few players just express a bit of emotion out there. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it. But look, the professional snooker players, there's a lot worse things they could be doing than earning thousands of pounds playing a game they love.
Of course, the McGill-Robertson match I was just mentioning, I recall that was the one where McGill, rather harshly I thought, was pulled up for slow play. Basically, he just didn't know what to do because the normal shots he would play weren't available because of the harshness of conditions.
One.
These conditions, nowhere like that. They are eminently playable. I was mentioning Holt has won their 3 most recent meetings. They're not exactly yesterday. It's over the course of the last 10 years actually, but he's beaten Maguire in some big tournaments like the Players' Championship, Shanghai Masters and
14.
Northern Ireland Open. And he actually had a win over Maguire way back in the 2007 UK Championship.
I suppose in some respects they're quite similar players, aren't they? They like an open attacking game. I think they're proper snooker players. They play the right shots and very experienced. They never shy away from showing you how they feel out there in the arena and expressing their emotions.
Just to correct myself, I couldn't read my own writing. It's rather dark in this commentary box. It was the 2001 UK Championship where Holt beat Maguire 5-2. So basically, Maguire knows exactly what
23.
Holt is capable of. You and I had dinner with Michael Holt earlier on, and he's a very amiable sort, isn't he? Good fun, good company. Extremely self-deprecating. Maybe a little too self-deprecating.
I think that's probably an understatement, Phil. Well, call the police. He's had a heavy contact. I can't believe it. You don't see many of them anymore. This new magic chalk has seemed to eradicate them, and that right there is an example of just how these conditions have slightly turned as the day has progressed and got warmer in here. A heavy contact, wow. Collector's item.
Michael Holt, 31.
And historically, that's the kind of thing that's got under Holt's skin. If Maguire can make a few here and win the frame as a result, he knows that could put Holt on tilt.
Well, Stephen Maguire has struck that about as well as you can. Finished absolutely perfect on this blue.
Six. Seven.
I must say, I like Maguire's approach today. He's been very professional, at times very patient. Played superbly to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 3-1 win over James Cahill. Tighter frames against Liam Graham, but he found the right shot at the right time.
15.
And patience isn't something that's always been at the top of his list of attributes. Always possessed acumen, always possessed
22.
accuracy, but not always attitude. That is not a criticism you can level at Maguire today. But Stephen, you wanted a slightly bigger bounce off the top cushion than that. Wanted more angle on this red.
Yeah, you may have to try and punch this red in now to get the cue ball out. No, he had just enough angle there.
31.
Use of a little trace of side spin just to accelerate it off the second cushion. back absolutely perfect. Choosing to take the chance to lay up on the most difficult of the 3 reds left on the table, because it does need the red. And once again finished absolutely perfect on it to give it every chance, and now this really is a frame winning chance. He should win the frame here.
Seven. $54. 55.
Really good effort this from Maguire. I really like the way he's hitting the ball. He's screwing back with 65. Economy of effort.
Yeah, I did notice that on the practice table actually earlier on.
69.
He looks to be timing the ball to perfection to me, Stephen Maguire. And in testing conditions, that's a real credit to him.
74.
Game looks in good shape.
Maguire, 74.
The break ends at 74. Michael Holt suffered a kick, then missed a trickier black than it should have been. Stephen Maguire did the rest. He needs one more frame to book his place in the second phase of the BetVictor Championship League.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Needing only a draw to top Group 15 on this day one of the BetVictor Championship League. Stephen Maguire is halfway there thanks to a 74 break, so there's no more room for manoeuvre for Michael Holt. He has to win the last 3 frames. one consolation already in place for Holt. He's guaranteed second spot in the group, which is worth £2,000 and the same amount of ranking points. He was a little too close to the black there for comfort, but just managed to avoid contact. In terms of the winner of the group, well, they receive £3,000 for topping the group, but there's also a £1,000 guarantee if you finish last in the second phase group. So basically it's 4,000 ranking points for sure. Over on table 2, in the battle of the rookies, Zhao Hanyang is about to pot a pink off its spot to take a 2-1 lead over Yao Peng Cheng, which is duly deposited. So Zhao Hanyang doing a favour potentially for Liu Haoshan. You know, there's something about heat and Q Sports events at the Mattioli Arena, as Stephen Maguire has a very nice touch indeed. We were here for the Championship League a few years back when the highest ever temperature in the UK was recorded, not too far away actually. And I can well recall a World Cup of pool being played here, where all week it was sweltering. Not ideal, but it's something you have to cope with. Keep a metaphorical cool head. And no one's been better at that today than Maguire.
Yeah, and it's not something we often associate with him, keeping a cool head, but you're absolutely right, he has done. And Michael Holt made a glaring error there, escaping from that snooker in behind the brown. Wanted to nestle up to that red on this top cushion. Pushed it on, available for Stephen Maguire, and he duly accepts the gift. First chance then to the Scotsman.
9.
Yeah, Maguire's ability is not in question. Sometimes his desire to dig deep, certainly in adversity, has been in question, but today, can't fault it. Hasn't done anything out of place at all. Yes, there's been the odd display of frustration. But he's washed it away, not let anything get under his skin.
Didn't finish all that nice on that previous black. The red prior to the black was the poor shot. Didn't leave a nice enough angle to really do anything with it. So very quickly that break came to an end. He's not played the best of safety shots either. This is quite a nice shot to have. Sort of shot you get left from the break off so often. Natural angle for the cue ball around the back of the black. Up for baulk colour. Now quite a big target. Up in behind that yellow.
So, Stephen, you're back in the commentary box with us tomorrow, and then you play on Thursday over on table 2. And what a group it is. Chang Bing-Yu, Rob Milkins and Ricky Walden. Good draw, that one, for you.
Yeah, I can't say I was all that pleased when I saw the draw come out, but, you know, at the end of the day, I'm back on the professional tour and there is no easy games now, so I've got to look at it as a good opportunity to get 3 good matches under my belt again. And, you know, I'm actually playing pretty good stuff. I've been really happy with my form in practice, just not quite been able to take it out there into the arena, particularly last week. Tough game against Zhang Anda. Played quite well in that game, but ultimately he played that little bit better. And I played terribly against Sonny Akani in the British. Really disappointed with how that one went, considering how well I've been playing in practice. So, yeah, it's a good chance. 3 matches in the day to, you know, get some good match practice and hopefully come out with something to show. I must say, I do always enjoy this Championship League. It's a very relaxed environment, isn't it? But when you're out there, of course, that competitiveness will always come out and you're hungry for the win. But I just like how upstairs the players are all mingling. It's very laid back, relaxed. There's food, there's entertainment upstairs. You know, it's not all about the snooker until you get out there. And the fact that you get those 3 matches in a day, usually we're so used to turning up, playing one game, straight knockout, you're either through or you're not.
Yes, and in terms of the time you invest in the tournament, if you go all the way, you're only here 3 days.
Yeah, it sounds a long old slog, this event, doesn't it? Because it goes on for so long, but you're absolutely right. You're only involved in 3 days worth of playing, and the top prize that's on offer is not to be sniffed at. It's a very healthy prize, and all the extra rewards that come from winning events nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning the Champion of Champions invite earlier, which is legitimate, but also, if you win this, you basically have got 1 foot in the World Grand Prix. From our standpoint, it's really good because you get to see different players all the time, and a lot of new players as well, so you can gauge where they're coming from, what they're all about.
8. Nine.
Not according to plan.
15. Michael Holt.
Well, he was working on the premise the only red he could leave was the one he went for.
Yeah, it was one of them awkward ones where it was pretty straight to that corner pocket, so playing safe off it, there was a high chance of a double kiss. So took a gamble. Yellow came to his rescue. So that one red has pushed its way out to that left side, although it doesn't look as though Stephen Maguire is going to be tempted by it. If he is, it's a big shot. Trying to screw the cue ball back up the table, top side of the blue. So he's gearing up for it. Hand on table.
One thing these two don't lack, experience. Both turned professional in the 90s.
One. 7.
Judged the flick off the pink pretty well. Has he got even a marginal angle on the blue? I think he has.
Just screw across the face of the red. Try and play a little cannon to the red right of the black.
13.
Oh, and he's found the gap. It's very unfortunate, and a little laugh tells you everything you need to know. There's always a gap. He struck that red really nicely as well. He's quite unfortunate not to get any sort of contact to the red.
Yeah, I think that's what he was laughing at, the fact he struck it maybe a little too well.
Well, what a fantastic shot that Steve Maguire has played there. He's found a superb line, and not just the line of the cue ball, but he was able to control the red that he was playing, sent it into the black to kill it, keep it down this end of the table. Brilliant safety shot from Maguire.
Yes, very much agreed, and not too bad a response from Holt. Cut and dried here, it's either Holt or Maguire who will top the table. Anything but on table 2, where Zhao Hanyang is steaming towards, he's not there yet, but he's steaming towards a 3-1 win over Yao Peng Cheng. Now, if that's the case, Yao and Zhao will finish off with 4 points. If Jamie Jones were to beat Liu Haoshan, Liu Haoshan and Jamie Jones would also have 4 points. They'd all be on the same.
And that's what can happen here at Championship League, isn't it? You'd feel pretty aggrieved if you was going home in bottom place on 4 points, wouldn't you? But that's the reality of the group over on table 2.
Yeah, Michael Holt's been in a situation where in the past in this tournament he's had 6 points and finished second. You can actually get 7 points and finish second. You can get 3 and top the group. And now Maguire will be licking his lips, although he's a little short on the blue there. with the pink spot available. Maguire, and indeed the black spot available. Maguire purposely holding the blue spot. A positional choice that made sense.
Seven.
He's in one of those moods, Maguire. When he's in, you expect him to stay in.
Yeah, he's just got that little look about him today, hasn't he? That little glint in his eye that just looks like there's something bubbling up inside him. I've got no doubt that the result to Marco Fu last week in the qualifiers here has possibly just ignited him. It took an inspired performance from Marco to come back from 3-0 down in that game to turn it around and beat Stephen Maguire 4-3. But for that, it would have been a perfect start to the season, and he's clearly playing well. Shown us signs of that so far today.
Yeah, Stephen was telling me in those last 4 frames that Fu won, he played at 12 seconds a shot. He was just running around the table as though he didn't have a care in the world. It was a tough result for Maguire because he was 3-0 up, lost 4-3. Not nice. But it was one of those situations where he couldn't really be too self-critical. It was more Fu's brilliance than his own shortcomings.
Yeah, it's always tough to take when you've had such a big lead in a match and you just sat there watching it be overturned, but sometimes you just have to applaud your opponent. And on the day, they just found a gear when it mattered most, and that's the most punishing thing with this sport. There's very, very little you can do when you're sat in your chair. There's not many other games like it, unfortunately.
So 32 in front, a rudimentary red plus blue. That would leave Michael Holt needing a snooker, and Stephen Maguire would be almost there in terms of winning the second frame, and that's all he needs.
45.
A draw sufficient to top the table. Well, I think it's been a triumph of professionalism.
$58.
$58 the break. Sufficient to take a 2-0 lead. And with that, Stephen Maguire, safe in the knowledge, he'll be back for another group in a few weeks' time. He's going to top the table here. He might be a little hot, but he's also on fire, Maguire. 2-0 ahead. Michael Holt will finish second in the group. But we've still got unfinished business after the break.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Two significant slices of news for you here at the BetVictor Championship League. Stephen Maguire breaks off in frame 3 in the last match of the day on table 1. He will top group 15. He will be in the second phase of the event. Now, a real development over on the other table. I was telling you that Zhao Hanyang was steaming towards a 3-1 win over Yao Pengcheng. Well, I can tell you, from well behind, Yao cleared up to win that frame on the black for a 2-all draw. So he goes to 5 points. Zhao Hanyang finishes the day on 2. Well, Michael Holt now demotivated. He can't finish any better than second. Can't finish any worse than second, so this is a dead frame for both.
Maguire 1.
Yeah, the fate of this group has been decided now, so there won't be too many safety shots being played in this frame. Both players experienced enough, professional enough to know their position in this group already.
I'll tell you what, I'll make a statement here. If Stephen Maguire in all of his matches over the years had been as measured and professional and temperate as he's been today, he would not be world number 27. That was supreme cueing.
One.
Well, you just can't pure the ball any better than that. Fantastic strike from Stephen Maguire.
Just to give you more precise detail on the end of the previous match on table 2. Well, Zhao Hanyang was 54-0 up and 2-1 up. Yao Pengcheng cleared with 58.
Thank you. 6. Stephen Maguire 6. One. Michael Holt 4.
Sorry. Straight right in the middle, not
One. Eight. Nine.
With the pressure off, the cue arm well lubricated, you can see the match being wrapped up at this visit.
Sixteen. Seventeen. 20. 21.
This is a big call on day one, Stephen, but if Maguire were to go on and win the whole thing, I wouldn't be surprised. He's got the class, he's got the DNA to lift this trophy.
8.
Similar career to our defending champion, Ali Carter. Both have won 6 ranking titles, been involved at the highest level for many a year.
Yeah, look, he's certainly got the pedigree, hasn't he, to go all the way, and should he lift this title, it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone. But you're right, he's played well and shown us glimpses today, particularly just how disciplined he's been. The fact that he's really wanted to conduct himself properly, and okay, look, the standard in this group hasn't been the best, but ultimately you've got to beat the players in front of you. And you can't take any game for granted on the World Snooker Tour. They're all good players. It's been a very professional performance, this, from Stephen Maguire.
Yeah, I know you're going to interview him afterwards, Stephen. I don't know what it is, whether it's new season and he's turned over a new leaf psychologically, whether he's seeing a sports psychologist, whether he's decided to be a lot more grounded, trying to quell feelings of frustration. Whatever the case may be, something's happened. No doubt.
37. $38.
Be interesting to see what he says.
45.
Because this is the much more agreeable Stephen Maguire, the man who, at his best, is capable of beating anyone. It was something that held him back, in my opinion, but do you remember when Ronnie O'Sullivan all those years ago said, after he won the UK Championship, Maguire, this is someone who could dominate the game for the next 10 years. It never came to pass, but you knew where O'Sullivan was coming from, because Maguire's best is sensational.
Yeah, he's such a good player.
That is that. Stephen Maguire with a 3-0 win. That's comprehensive. You can't get better than starting the tournament with 9 points out of 9. He began recovering from a 1-0 deficit to beat James Cahill earlier, helped by a century break. He then showed a lot of patience to win some tight frames in a win over Liam Graham. That started the evening session. That was 3-0, and this was 3-0 also. So 9 points for Stephen Maguire. 10 frames played, only one of them lost. That is the blueprint for success in the BetVictor Championship League. He is the first player into what is effectively the last 32. Well done to Stephen Maguire. Michael Holt can't disguise his disappointment. He is at least in second place, and that's 2,000 ranking points and £2,000 to his total. On the other table, by the way, it's still the first frame of Liu Haoshan against Jamie Jones. Group 26 still to be decided. When we go off air, of course, you can go over to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel to see the end of that group. As for Group 15, well, it was a one-man show as Natalia Gradinari, the referee, puts away the set of balls. This is how it all shaped up. Liam Graham has the consolation of £1,000 in third place. Michael Holt, he finishes second, but there was no dispute about the best player on display, not just on table one, but across the two tables here at the Mattioli Arena today. The name of that gentleman, Stephen Maguire. A fine player, a 6 times world ranking winner, and today, well, considering conditions, it was pretty close to vintage stuff, and the attitude was just spot on. Now, Stephen Hallworth's in position. He is going to speak to Stephen Maguire to get his thoughts on what was a pleasing day of snooker. As for tomorrow, well, another heavy hitter comes into the fray in the form of Shaun Murphy. Really good lineup for you, actually. Alfie Burden's also playing. Robbie McGuigan. Yeah, it should be a really good day. And the Hungarian Bulshu Revesh, that's the featured group. On table 2, it's Fergal Quinn, Scott Donaldson, Umar Dickme, and Matthew Selt. So we'll just stick with table 2 for a moment until we can get the reaction of Stephen Maguire.
Jamie Jones, 43.
If Jamie Jones can win this match 3-0, he would vault into second place in the table at the expense of Liu Haoshan. If Liu were to win it, he would be the table topper in the group. If he were to draw, he'd have 5 points, the same as Yao Peng Cheng. It would be 7 frames won, 5 lost, the same as Yao. And so then it would come down to the high break. And right now, of those two, Liu Haoshan's highest break of 80 is superior. So basically, he needs a draw, does Liu, to do what Stephen Maguire did and justify his top seeding in the group.
1. Six. 7.
Yeah, so Jones, with 1 draw and 1 defeat in his 2 matches, can't top the table. but getting £2,000 for winning a best of 4, that's worth the effort.
$13. $14.
Well, he's in the process of putting Liu Hao Shan on the back foot here. This is frame ball.
$20. $21. Jimmy Jones 21 and the frame.
So it is the first frame to Jamie Jones. Liu Hao Shan might have to win this group the hard way from behind against the Welshman. Jones 1, Liu Hao Shan 0. Now coming up in July, in 3 weeks' time actually, it is the highlight, the individual highlight certainly, of the World 9-Ball Tour. We're over in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for what is the richest and most compelling tournament on the World 9-Ball Tour, the World Championship itself. Can't wait. It should be an absolute cracker.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So there it is. The venue, Jeddah, the port city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 21st to the 26th of July, where the winner receives $250,000. So tomorrow, look at this, what a lineup. We've got Sean Murphy kicking off against Alfie Burden. Also involved in the group, which is Group 3, by the way, Bulshu Revesh and Robbie McGuigan. Over on Table 2, tough group to determine who will come out on top there. Matt Selt and Scott Donaldson are the men with the greater experience. Umar Dickme and Fergal Quinn, a rookie from the Republic of Ireland, make up that quartet in Group 22. Now, I'm afraid that Steve Maguire slipped out the back door, as it were. Elvis has left the building, so we can't speak to him. But rest assured, we'll be back here tomorrow at noon local time as the BetVictor Championship League continues. Today, well, the star of the show has been silent Stephen Maguire.